G'day everyone, if you're watching. I'm going well, Mitch. Excited to have a day in the office with myself, to be honest. All right, 13-minute break till the next one. I'm going to be going live pretty much all day, so it'll probably be pretty boring. So bad luck if you don't like being boring. But investing is boring if you do it properly. Investing ain't fun. Well, it is fun when you make money long term, but in the short term, it ain't that fun. Nice. What? Someone has logged me out of the Instagram account. Nice. How good. Nah, I don't play the chess games for 3 minutes anymore. J2G. It's negative EV. You don't learn in 3 minutes. Fuck, I'd love to know the fucking Insta password. These monkeys, they change the password and don't tell anyone. Fuck's sake. Come on. That could be wrong. How long does it take you to set up your day, J2G? And Mitch, how long does it take you guys to set up your day for the promo list and stuff like that? Yes, we're in. Bang. Fill up. $10. So yeah. Yeah, man, if you're trying to learn chess, don't play for time. I'd honestly just spend like a month on tactics, watching like the basics. Learning the fundamentals first. Kind of the same process, man, with investing, betting, all that stuff. It's all the same thing. You learn it, you nail the principles, you nail the process, and then you start actually acting on that. Whereas if you act first, you make errors, cost yourself money, time. Obviously with chess, you're not going to cost yourself money, but I started chess when I was 2007, 17, 16. I used to laugh at people who played chess my whole life growing up, and then realized at like 25 that I was actually missing out on a ridiculously amazing game, which I now love playing, and borderline, not obsessed, but definitely have to be careful with playing too much, because I could literally play it 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. But I did make the mistake of playing like 5,000 3-minute games, maybe more, before I actually sat down and learned some shit. So yeah, 40 minutes for you, Mitch, to set up your day. Nice, good work. All right, what's the storage on my phone? Because iPhone storage, that's enough. Perfect. Let's go live on Insta as well. Yeah. Nah, chess is elite. G'day everyone on Instagram, live on YouTube as well. Literally just going to set the phone up and leave it on. So if you have any questions, I'll keep track of the chat. I'll answer them for you. G'day everyone. Does anyone know how to J2G, you want to do me a favor if you can, please? Are you able to post the YouTube link? Actually, I think I can do it myself. All good. I worked it out. If you've asked any questions, nice, no questions. If you guys want me to talk about anything or have any questions, fire them away. I'll answer them throughout the day. It's going to be a long live, so don't ask them all at once. Why are comments getting deleted on the YouTube video? No comments are getting deleted on YouTube video. What comments are you talking about, Josh? And which YouTube video are you talking about? We don't delete comments, man. They may be being filtered by YouTube because if you're swearing in them or something. But we don't delete unless they're fucking stupid. But I haven't deleted any comments in the last week, I wouldn't have thought. G'day everyone who's joined on YouTube. 24 of you. Hopefully it's not too boring. Going to be going live all day, just literally not doing anything different. We've got a couple of trolls, I reckon, on Instagram. Let me see, Josh, what you're talking about, because I cannot see any comments that have been deleted anytime in the last 2 days, 3 days, a week. First tips out for everyone. Second tips out. How are you, Jamie? Welcome on board, mate, to the live. G'day, Vite. I think I know who that is, actually. I reckon that might be Pete. In fact, I reckon for the Instagram live, I'm going to try something. I should have done this before. Hopefully this doesn't fuck the live up. Although I can start it again. Tell me if this cooks everything on the live on the Instagram. for those listening on Instagram, has that mic now just changed, or is it still the echo mic? Probably just watch it myself, to be honest. Yeah, nice. Cheers, Josh. What are you talking about the YouTube comments, Josh, or am I missing something? Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller. Can we get an update on our tally for year-to-date, please? Jimmy, the year-to-date is something that you shouldn't be looking at, because if your focus is on what it should be, and that is 12 months or at least 6 months. How good is not watching the races? Red Russian, the only problem with not watching the races is you don't actually see where the horses come when you have to put the results in. That's the only downside. Russian roulette was 1 unit there. Switzerland was 1 unit. That won. As you can see on the YouTube stream, all the people putting in their odds. We normally track at the lower end of the average, so most people are putting in sort of 280. There's two 270s in there. More of the odds will come through now. I'll track that at probably, we'll put 280 in for now. If more people say 270, I'll change it down to 270. Russian roulette didn't place, and Switzerland won. Nice. Yeah, track that at 280. Should have had 2 units on the 6, Noah reckons. Noah, you should start tipping for us. I can call you Harry Hindsight. If you want a job, Noah, just send your application in. Take over the system. I assume you're not a subscriber or a member by the sounds of it. But if you want to take over the tipping, let us know. I'm going to drop the tracking down to 275 because someone's just put 270. 275, nice. All right, so year to date, Jibby Jarks, are you a member or no? If you're not, I can understand why you're probably asking that question. If you are a member, I would strongly advise you to move your focus from the short term to the long term ASAP. Because any investment on the planet, if you sort of focus on 27 days of the investment or anything that you do in life, you will fail it, I guarantee you. And I know you probably say, well, it's good to know what you're at. It's actually not good to know, because the more you focus and want to know things, the more you're outcome-based and less process-driven. And if you're outcome-based, you're more likely to make a decision based on the short-term results rather than focusing on the process, which is emotional. And emotions ruin investments and progress. Referring to your question earlier on the Google call, a live stream Twitch style of you turning over bonuses in between races while following the system tips will be beneficial, and the best screen layout. Yeah, it's something we're going to have to work on for the next month, definitely. But it's not just a matter of pulling the trigger and just filming, because there's a lot of variables that we need to consider. But yeah, for Platinum Squad members, we are updating the content on that kind of stuff, as well as system members, which is going to be quite cool to deal with. And I think it's going to help everyone to learn things faster and sort of grasp the concepts better. So Noah said he should take over our tipping because you guys can't break anything more than 10 units in a day. Okay. Couple of problems there. Wrong, Noah. Maybe the people in the chat can explain a little bit as to why that comment is so not incorrect, but it's just like, yeah, not sure. I'll let the people talk about that one. They can answer it below you on Instagram or on YouTube. So Jimmy Jacks, you're not currently a member. Your mate was telling me to sign up because he reckons it wins every year, but I don't believe him. This is like, it's pretty tough to hear because I dare say, hang on a second. Man, I dare say that you are probably a losing punter with that mindset, and I hope you're not. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a way that either one of two things. You've never bet before and you don't believe you can profit off betting, or two, you have lost your whole life and you don't believe someone can win. So hopefully it's the first one, and if it's the first one, that's fine, as long as you have an open mind. There's not much to believe, man. What you need to understand is that match betting is not gambling. It's purely based off mathematical edge. Obviously, the system is a little bit more complex. It has the mathematical edge inbuilt, but it then has our own analytical factors which maximize the profit in conjunction with that mathematical edge. Now, the mathematical edge means that the bookie essentially hands you free money because they know that the majority of gamblers are going to throw that edge, that free money, down the sink, and that's like an incentive to suck the gambler in to then betting in a way that the bookie knows it's going to make them profit in the long term. So whether it works or not is not up for debate, okay? And yeah, you're right, everything looks to be recorded, so it has to be trustworthy. You're right, man. Every single tip that we've ever sent out has been put into a Google spreadsheet and is linked live to our website. There's over 6,000 tips. We've had 38 closing calendar months. We've had 37 closing profitable months out of 38, or 36 out of 37, whatever it is. But in don't worry about sort of months, weeks, days. Just look at the total profit there on the right side of the YouTube. It says 1,038 units at an average of 29 units a month. So in essence, if you're following things in the way that we teach you, it's actually mathematically impossible for you to lose money in the long term. Now, the long term for most people isn't what we think the long term is. So for anyone watching, if I was to say how long is the long term without knowing anything, now obviously members are going to answer this and they're going to know the answer, but how long do you think the long term is? Is the last 3 months the worst 3-month period ever? I'd have to check, but again, looking at the last 3 months, I'll actually do you guys a favor. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll see the Twitch stream and all the figures here. If you look at the last 3 months, you can see that the profit and loss is 36.1 units. Okay. Now, if you multiply that by 4, which would be there's 3 months in a year, 4 quarters. If you multiply 36.1 by 4, tell me what you get, anyone watching. Just watch 36 by 4. Answer that. And then I'll actually explain, David, why looking at the 3 month is actually even too short. Yeah, Chris has said that he's been on since 7 units profit. So he's made 1,031 units with us. He's literally been on with us for nearly 3 years. No, more than 3 years. So that's the definition of someone who has been literally an OG. Yeah, 144 units. So if you multiply the last 3 months by 4, you would have made 144 units, assuming that's the average. Now, look at our last 12 months, it's 285 units. And our last year, 2023, from Jan 1 to December 31 was 316 or something. So that shows that even the 3-month average is slightly lower. Now, it may be the worst 3-month period ever. I don't actually know. But look at what happened over a 12-month period. And even if you zoom out to 6 months, that variance has come out recently in the negative way, but then it's blown up positively in the last 12 months, as it should. So the longer you zoom out your lens on your vision, the more you realize that this can't lose. And if you're sort of like this and you're zoomed in with your focus on the fucking what's in front of you, then you lose what's the main process here, which is long term. Everything reverts back to the long term. Long term is at least a year, Jacob says. Nice, man. Spot on. I would agree 1000%. The long term is 100% at least a year. And to be honest, my long term now in my life and things that I'm focusing on is probably like a decade. Because if you focus on stuff for a year, I guarantee you'll get very, very good at it, but you won't master it. If you focus on something for a decade, you'll become very, 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 very good at it, like elite at it, which I would say something that I've personally been able to do with match betting, for example. I've been doing it now and teaching it for 10 years this year, which means I'm pretty close to, I would say I'm elite at it, but then I still haven't mastered it, and that might never happen, but at least I've invested 10 years into this skill. And a lot of people don't invest 10 years into anything, and that's why they never master anything. But there's still another, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years in this space, and now the match betting space will expand more generally over the next few years in our company. We'll go into more general mindset stuff. I'm sure a lot of the community will talk about and sort of back me up here when we say that this community isn't just match betting, it's mindset, it's discipline, it's structure, it's thinking, the way people think. All that stuff is way more valuable than making money, because if you haven't got that stuff right, you can't actually make money. Anyway, I'll answer any questions in a second. I'm just going to tip this race. I'll answer, sorry, there is some questions, so give me a second. If I don't send the tips out, the members ain't making any money. Spelled that correctly? Yep. Both tips have been sent out. All right, let's get these questions answered. Sorry if I've missed your question for ages. Yeah, no, you're right, Josh. I wasn't more so dismissing it. I still kind of answered it. It was more the fact of, is this period the worst period ever? Because that question's more like, I don't know, it's kind of like not questioning things, but it's like there's a bit of potentially some anxiety around that question, which I don't want people to sort of worry, because I want to sort of prove the point of, if you follow for 3 months, like, yeah, you'll make anywhere from 35 to 120 units, right? But if you follow for 12 months, you're almost guaranteed to make around about sort of 300-ish. Now, obviously, 65% bonus turnover, you'll get 300-ish. If you're turning over at 80%, you'll get another 100 units. So you'll get closer towards 400, which is what Platinum Squad members get. And for a $50 unit follower, that's a $20K a year investment into tax-free, and for probably an average of about 5 to 10 hours a week. And for most, it's not really a job. it's not really anything that they're doing differently. A lot of people are punting on the horses anyway, so. I've got a couple of questions though. Josh, I'll answer that question in a second on Instagram. Fucking hell, there's a lot of stuff going on. Long term is 2 to 5 years. POM, yeah. I would say, yeah, that's fair. Long term isn't actually a time frame. You're the variable factor. The system is a constant. That's deep stuff. That's a platinum member who's been around for a long time. That's pretty good. I like that. Can I ask what price you use to record? I'm trying to get this so I can see all the chat questions because it's annoying the shit out of me. Would it be the SP? No, the SP. Oh yeah, sorry. Not the best Betfair SP, but it is the SP, sort of. It's kind of like what the members get. So whenever we hit a winner, you'll see in the chat actually now, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see all the odds there. That's the odds of the winners when people hit a winner. So we're on. I shouldn't even said. We're on CS7 and Brooklyn Boss. So we're on both the leaders there. So I think CS7's going to win, which is actually the better result, I think, slightly, but irrelevant really. So you'll see now, Jimmy, if you look at the Discord on, you can hear it going off in the background. You can see all the odds, and that'll be the odds that I track it at on the spreadsheet. So we'll go like the average of the lower end of the spectrum. You can see the Discord going off. Of all the people, obviously putting in their odds. It's pretty cool when you're both your horses are fighting it out. It looks like everyone's getting sort of 370-ish, but I'll just do this now. Let's fix this spreadsheet up. All right, what are people getting here? Okay, more so. Okay, so interesting. 370, 370, 340, 370, 340, 370, 340, 340, 340, 340, 320, not sure, 330, 350, 340, 330. I'm not really sure why this is so skewed. I reckon people are confused as to who's won, potentially, or they've got it on late because this is going to be a hard one to track. 370, 370, 340, 370, 340, 370, 340. The first 8 are all above 330. 340, 340, 340, 320, 340, 330, 350, 340, 330, 320, 330, 340. I'm going to track this at sort of how many 340s we got? Yeah, 340. Definitely not 370. 340, that'll be tracked out. So next race is Randwick in 20 minutes. Yeah. Josh's question on Instagram, a few more questions. Here's a question. May have asked this before but can't remember. But by the way, Josh, are you a member? With the scale you guys have grown to, why do you keep tipping why do you keep the tipping process manual instead of software handling it? Good question. Yeah, Tom answered it as well around the dismissing thing. Nice. Just reading through this. Okay. Now, in terms of that, it's a good question. It's more of a business thing. It's a lot more complex than you think of just like turning on a software and tipping for everyone. Like, it's easier said than done. And to be honest, me personally, like the boys, Steve and Tom, probably I'd say do 75 to 80% of the tipping because I play footy in the winter months, so they handle that mainly. But why it's not software, It's just because at this point in time, what we have is working for what we do. Not a member, been doing this a while on my own, grown to $300 unit size, but I'd like to see what you guys do. DM Tom about. I think I know exactly who you are, to be honest. You messaged the other day. I remember. I saw your DM. So yeah, that makes sense. Jono, Mr. Robot, how are ya? All right, let's see YouTube. Who we got? Questions? Yeah, Jimmy, when did you tell me a little bit about your betting? Because when I said before, you're either a gambler who loses his whole life and doesn't believe this is real, or you're a non-better. Tell me if I'm right with that, or if it's somewhere in between. Because obviously you've just said you placed a bet, so you obviously are someone who bets. So do you profit or do you lose? Because when you said you didn't believe your mate who said we win every year, I don't understand why you don't believe that. We tip next in run, by the way. We send out the tip about 1 to 2 minutes before the race. So if you bet on that horse, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, you would have got a different price to everyone else. And because everyone's betting at the same time across different bookmakers, you're going to get different odds. Rather than if everyone bets on it at 20 minutes before the race, then you're probably going to get... like if we send the tip out 20 minutes before the race, right? Someone might place it with 19 minutes to go, with 15 minutes to go, with 1 minute to go. Everyone's going to get different prices. But if we send it out in the last sort of 1 to 2 minutes, we know that the prices are going to be within a range of probably 10 to 15, maybe 20 cents if you get robbed by a bookie sending you out a shitty price. But at the end of the day, it all comes out in the wash. Averages out. I'm not sure if I'm actually allowed to show the races, so I'm going to show less of it in case I get in trouble by YouTube. Bonus, how are you, mate? Well done on pulling the trigger, joining the mentorship program. Huge result from you. I rate that. That's someone who wants to take life by the balls. Genuinely, that's elite. I love seeing young lads like 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds. It genuinely makes me happy pulling the trigger on things that are like others will consider too risky, or like, oh, I'll like just leave my savings in my savings account. I don't really have $1,000 to invest, or it's kind of like Gator says, like stay broke. And I don't mean to attack those people, but it's literally like that. If you've got money and you don't want to invest it into something that works, like you just get passed by the people who do. And like Lenny's been working with some weapons, like some serious weapons in the mentorship program. Someone he onboarded on Thursday has already made 150K, which is pretty crazy. I think he'd be 20, I don't even know his age. He'd be like mid-20s. Been a member of Platinum in the system for close to 3 years, or maybe 2.5. And he wants to make at least 100 in 2024, 100K. And Lenny's pretty much told him he's going to make 150 to 200. So it's just funny how these people are taking things by the balls, and it all started from them pulling the trigger early on. And then other people are in the same position they're in right now, and they struggle to see that sort of upside. And they hold themselves back for ages, and ultimately it holds them back from making money and progressing. So, yeah, interesting. Jimmy, in between, I used to lose a lot, but then I start to work with a couple of bookies, and then some of the best punters in the country. Can someone tell me which bookie they get 370 with the bet return option? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that discrepancy, to be honest. That's why I've tracked it at 340. I'm not sure how they got 370. don't stress, man. It's one investment out of thousands over the next few years. Jimmy, I've seen your name somewhere, by the way. I've got a knack for remembering names. Have you ever spoken to us? Yeah, play up, nice. Have you ever spoken to us? Because I remember seeing your name somewhere. Have you been on a live or something before? Yeah, Tom loves the ignorance tax, Hormozy reference. The ignorance tax is literally the price that you don't pay for upskilling and bridging the gap between your current income and the desired income. Not sure if anyone understands what that is, but if you're making, I don't know, $1,000, $2,000 a year, or maybe $10,000 a year match betting, and you want to make 100, the ignorance tax is 90K, the difference. So if you should technically learn how to make 100K, you could pay up to 90 to do that. Now, most people say, well, that's stupid. But once you've learned the skill to make 100, you can keep making the 100K. And along the way, you learn other shit as well, which is invaluable. So you are honest. I don't know. I can't fucking see. This is annoying me. The bloody emoji is in the corner here, and I want to pissed off. It's weird as. Yeah, I can't. That's annoying as. You are honest, man. Yeah, there's no point. I'll tell you something for free, Jimmy. If you're going to run something that makes people money, you'd hope you're honest, because if you don't, you've pretty much cooked pretty quickly. Like, this isn't a take your money laters type business. Like, there's people out there that sort of sign people up to shit, and then they know it's not going to work. They take their $79 for an AFL season pass or something like that, and they know they're just taking someone's money because they don't care the next time about taking their money again or gaining their trust. They just take their $79 and then they don't give a fuck about it because they're just funding their pocket. Whereas we're more in the game of building trust, building communities, building people here that are going to stay for 2-3 years, which there's people in this YouTube chat right now that have been with us for 3 years. They keep paying their membership. They've invested in us. They invest in other products. They invest in the sports system. They join the mentorship program. That's what happens when you're honest and you're transparent and you gain people's trust and you make them have value from your products. They keep investing in you. But if you're a liar and you don't actually be honest with people and you're not transparent, you just burn bridges, and then everyone thinks you're a fucking idiot by the end of a year period. So that's just business. That's just how it works. Yeah. Punters Hub. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I've seen your name somewhere though. TikTok, maybe emails, commented before on our YouTube or something. I've seen the name somewhere for sure. Anthony, my friend, you are literally someone who I remember Combo actually spoke about it on the 100K podcast. You're the bloke who I spoke about, and you know who you are. You literally realized, I think about a month and a half ago, that you had about 10K in your savings, and you thought, fuck this, I'm going to invest in Platinum, and you joined pretty much after about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks of joining the system, and now you're going to be someone who fully takes the piss in this space, I'm certain. You just fit the same mold, sat around, thought about it, pulled the trigger. It's like, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? Well, really, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to learn something. And at your age, you should be taking risks on knowledge and experience and learning as much as you can. So kudos. And yeah, Anthony, it will be the winter sports service will probably be around sort of February. Tom asked Tom the other day, but thought you might like a chance to comment on it too, with such a strong focus on long term. Why sell short term options like the weekly sub? Yeah, to be honest, the weekly subscription option. Sorry, Jimmy, you asked before whether we have membership options. We have weekly, monthly, 3 monthly, 6 monthly. Yearly is manual. It's not a public thing. But why do we offer a weekly subscription? We've had chats in-house for a while as to deleting the weekly, and it's honestly something that we could delete, we might probably delete it, but it's there because sometimes people, although it's like, yeah, cool, you want to focus on the long term, which is minimum 3 months, right? You're ideally 6 to 12. If you're getting a random person off the street who watches a bit of content, they don't really know it works, everyone's skeptical about everything, right? And if they see $259.99 as the minimum investment, which is a 3 monthly, then they're less likely to take a risk into learning or sussing it out, right? Now, obviously, you can suss out our stuff for free anyway by watching all the podcasts and then the free course, and you can check all the results publicly anyway. That would be sussing it out. That's free, right? You don't have to sign up to anything to suss it out. But if someone's sitting there on the fence and they can spend $32.99 to suss it out, that's probably where the weekly is good, as well as that people can get involved. It decreases the barrier for entry in terms of the cost, which has its pros and its cons. Obviously, the cheaper price does actually attract people who are here for the short term, here for a quick fix, which is the downside. But at the same time, once they're exposed to our content, they get their personal coach. Most of the time, a lot of those people either piss off within 2 weeks, it's just not for them, they realize they don't have the patience, they just leave, or they upgrade straight away and they save themselves money by upgrading, which is like, if the weekly wasn't there, we may miss some people who potentially then end up being long-term subs or long-term members because they actually invested on a $32.99. Yeah, and we'll back ourselves in to change their mindset. Spot on, Tom. That's what our coaches are for. That's what our content's for. It's our motto is stop losing, start winning. I know probably we were looking at ideal customer conversations the other day, and our ideal customer is someone who's willing to know or knows that you can't actually beat the bookies gambling without an edge. And then, as well as that, our ideal customer is someone who wants to make money. So stop losing, understands you can't beat the bookies without an edge, in conjunction with wanting to make money. Anyway, I'm going to tip this race. Okay. We have 2 units here. First tip sent out. Second tip sent out. Josh, same reason as to why we don't have a free trial. I mean, like I said, man, the free trial, technically, man, you can see all of our results publicly. You can see all of our content publicly, except probably the members' content where it teaches you how to follow. But you could go and watch 100 hours of YouTube. You could watch all of our podcasts, our vlogs. Essentially, that's a free trial, right? Now, yeah, cool. You're getting everything except the tips. But then even then, you can check our results and you can check our tips publicly on our website whenever you want. There's a spreadsheet now that's updated live. Now, you won't see the tips until I input them in the spreadsheet, which I'll wait till the race starts. But how is that different to a free trial? The only thing you don't get is a personal coach. Now, personal coach is something that we don't believe should be provided for free, to this point anyway. So everyone who joins, the tips are like literally 10% of the investment. In my opinion, the tips are irrelevant if you're focusing on all the other stuff: setting up your accounts, sustaining your accounts, learning how to follow, mindset, discipline, patience, structure, the community, your coach. All that stuff is way more important than the horses running. The horses are going to run anyway, and you're going to place the bets. That's not going to change. That's not going to make money if you don't have all the other shit sorted. And that's what your coach is for, and that's why it's not free. We're paying our coaches, they're part of our team, to coach people one-on-one. Every time someone joins the channel, they get a personal coach. You can ask questions to your coach. You get asked a group of questions like bankroll, unit size, age, lifestyle, punting history. That all is then put into a formula, like not a formula, but like a way in which the coaches will then coach you and tailor their coaching to you, which enables you to then get personal help, tailored advice, and obviously everyone's different. So that's impossible to provide for free with our current model anyway. So we've tipped Magneteer here and Wolf. There's questions everywhere here. The knowledge you will learn from these guys is invaluable. Cheers, cheers K. Long-term member there. What's the highest unit size you can get to using your own account? I'd say 50, Josh. I can vouch that even if you can't follow their tips for work or whatever, reasoning is worth signing up just to see how they run the system and to watch some videos. Yeah. Thanks. I think second and fourth. Nice. Yeah, wouldn't stress too much, Josh, about the result. Move on to the next. Just another piece of data that gets inputted into the spreadsheet. All the questions we got on YouTube. Zach Valente, still haven't joined Platinum, brother. I'm not sure what you're waiting for. Been speaking to you for a while. But the profit for today so far, yeah. I mean, if you've been watching any of our content, you'll know that we hate that. We don't focus on days, man. Days are what short-term people focus on. I'd hate to say it, but that's just the reality. Recently retired, but used to call South Australia harness racing, among other things. Yeah, nice, Jimmy. From my experience, before joining the mentorship, I only used the monthly. It costs more long-term but less upfront and enables you to invest more into your match betting early. Yeah, that's another factor. For someone with lower bankroll, if you're coming in with 2K and you're going to spend maybe a 6 monthly commitment, which is a quarter of your bankroll, $459, it's probably something that you should look to upgrade to. But if you're starting off with lower bankroll, then obviously preserving your bankroll. But the counter to that is that, like, potentially joining on a monthly, you then focus too much on getting as much as you can worth out of the month, which is negligent then, because you're going to be so worried about the monthly results rather than the 6 monthly results or the 12 monthly results, which is what you should be focusing on. So if you're someone with income and you've got the ability to still top up and your bankroll, you're going to be starting on a $10 unit size anyway, regardless of your bankroll, to build the mindset, to build the structure. So I would actually argue that it would still be better to sign up on a 6 monthly, because then you're forced to stay for 6 months and give it a crack for 6 months, which forced adaptation means that you, yeah. Sorry, what happened there? Got platinum last week, about 80% done. Nice, good work. But yeah, Jacob, spot on. However, if you're buying a monthly, you are more likely to jump off sooner because of any short-term negative variance, because you're not locked into a 6 month, if that makes sense. That's just how humans work. If you buy a 12-month gym membership versus a weekly where you could cancel whenever you want, you're probably less likely to cancel a yearly because you can't, you've spent the money and you've invested. So you're less likely to jump off and stop following because you've invested the money, which is kind of like a forced consequence of you and giving yourself a crack at it. You have definitely helped my friend with his betting. He was a loser before, but now very disciplined. I think the biggest strength of your system, but some of the tips will leave a lot to be desired. If you can improve your selections, I'm not sure, Jimmy, what you mean by that. Like, are you saying we're not making enough money, or like what are you saying? We average 29 units profit a month. Now, we could make more profit by tipping into more races for sure, but that would result in promotional bans. And unfortunately, we're not a service that just chases bulk profit. We could genuinely make double the profit. But if you want to get your accounts banned in a quarter of the time, that's what that would result in. And that's not what we're about. So hopefully that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, Jacob says most people will jump off with bad variance, but I knew it worked out and was staying around for the long term regardless. Yeah, some people grasp that concept very, very quickly, and others don't. It's a tough one because losing days, weeks, months, whatever, are going to happen. But if you don't sort of, it all comes back down to your long term, like how long your focus is. Like if your focus is just on fucking a day, a month, a week, you're going to struggle. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster. But if you just say, I'm doing this for 12 months minimum, and I have a 100 unit bankroll, and you just constantly look back at those two things, it's actually very simple. You just follow it. You don't check the results. You put your spreadsheet profit in. You track everything. And then in 12 months' time, you reassess. And that's how simple it should be for most people. But some people, when they see -10 pop up in their first 2 weeks, they don't see I've still got 90 units still in my bankroll. They see I'm -10. And then they feel like they have to get that 10 back. But they don't actually accept that 10 is going to come back very quickly in the long term, and 10 times over a 6 month, and 30 times over a 12 month period. It all reverts back to the length of time that they're focusing their mindset on. Z-Ton as well, welcome to Platinum, man. I sort of half ignored your message before, but good work. Not having a dig, sometimes even less selections better. Sometimes $2-3 in the same race is no good. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm going to just tell you straight up, a lot of this stuff comes from sort of gambler's fallacy, like people thinking that they've got these theories in their head. What we do, man, some races we only tip 1, some races we'll tip 3, some races we'll tip 2 horses, but we do it in a way that makes us the most amount of money in the long term while remaining sustainable, while being able to tip to 500 members, yada, yada, yada. There's all sorts of different things that are failed to consider if you don't know what's kind of going on behind the scenes in our system. Like I said, the tips are 10% of the product. And a lot of people sort of just look at the tips and be like, oh, but like in the long term, it's like there's a lot more shit going on. Like, and this is what the members understand because they've been there for ages. So I'd actually encourage you to jump on, man. If you're retired, if you've got coin, like, bro, buy a 6 monthly membership and have a crack for 6 months with this, and I guarantee you'll come out the other side with a completely changed mindset. In fact, if you're watching this and you're not a subscriber, I'll actually make a Stripe code that'll expire in a week. I'll make it right now, and you can get sort of you can get 20% off a 6 monthly subscription. I'll make the code live. And if you check out on our website, I'll put the link. I've got to tip Moonee Valley in a second, but I'll put the link here to the website in the chat. Oops, I can't do that. Not sure I can watch my own live. This is weird. There we go. I'll do that in a second. Got to tip this race first. I'll get back to you in a sec, Jimmy. In fact, I can do this code thing now. Not many, Josh, but sometimes. All right, let's tip this one. Both tips have been sent out. Best thing I ever did was joining Platinum. I sat on the fence for 12 months and regret that. Yeah, I mean, don't regret it, Mitch. At the end of the day, man, you found your way in there. But yeah, it is spot on. Like, it's like you sit there, you fucking wait around, you avoid spending $1,097, and it's like, what did you gain by not spending $1,000? Like, I don't actually understand the mindset of people who sit there waiting for it. Like, I fully don't get it. Like, what are you gaining? If I'm looking at that transaction and being like, what do I gain out of not buying something? The only answer that you can say is $1,000. You gained $1,000 by not investing. But really, you missed out on the potential to make so much money, so much more knowledge, so much more potential things that could have come as a result of you spending that $1,000. I fully don't understand, and I can't comprehend the people out there who refuse to invest in stuff. Not just with us, like with anything. They fully count every cent they have. And this is not people who have like $500 to their name. I'm talking about people with 10, 20, 30K savings, and they simply just sit there and be like, yeah, oh, it seems worth it, but like I already know stuff about match betting. Why would I join it? Like, it's like, I used to think like that, so I get it, sort of. But now I'm so far the other way that it's like, in my head, even if I knew 99% of the course or the community or what's in it, you're not going to know anything that gets added forever. In addition to that, you're not going to know the constant stuff that's happening in the community every day. That's all new, right? So even if it's for the 1%, for me, that 1% that I miss is worth $1,000. And that's at the extreme end of the spectrum. It's still worth it because it's not an ongoing $1,000. It's a one-off fee that you pay once and you get lifelong access. You're kind of negligent to yourself by not joining, in my opinion. Because as an investor and someone who's wanting to get the most out of your match betting in this space, it's negligent not to have the information that's in our community. When I was doing it, I had all the information from every course because I wanted to be the best at what I was doing. And in terms of getting the most out of my match betting, making sure I'm not missing anything. And it's actually negligent to not join because you're missing out on something that's there that could help you. But each to their own. Those who don't invest end up behind the ones who do. Simple. It's not a complex equation. So we ended up tipping Surreal and Fire of Etna. Fire of Etna's 480 and Surreal was 190. I have a question. He always say you guys are coaching them, but who coaches you, if that makes sense? Do you have... I don't understand what you're asking. Do you have coach? So first and second. See what people got. $195, $190, $2, $190, $195, $195, $185, $190. I'll track that at $190. G'day, Jacob. Good to see you back. So if someone else had a 1K course on match betting, would you buy it? Josh, I'll tell you something for free. I have all the courses in Australia. I've bought them all. And it would be negligent for me to not buy it. So yes, I 100% would. We're also in most other services in a sense of like knowing what goes on. So 100% have bought them all and will always buy them all. Anything that comes out, instantly bought to know what's going on. So yeah, 100%. And we're also buying other things as well. We buy education, spending money on books, courses, add-ons. If you're not growing your mindset and learning new skills, then you're actually silly as an investor. You're not going to be as good as someone or as good as you could be if you kept learning. In terms of the Jimmy question, I have a question. He always say you guys are coaching them, but who coaches, if that makes sense? Do you have a coach? So when you join our Telegram, I can't show you my phone because the other one's flat. Good day, Jakey, as well. No, all good. Wrong Jake. Let me show you what a coach looks like. So when you join our channel, right? I'll give you a good example of someone. When you join our channel, if you can see this, right, you get sent a recording. So this guy, you get sent a voice message, you get sent a list of questions, and then you have to confirm your email, whatever. You tell us how many bookies you've got, what your unit size is, what your bankroll is, what your goals are, what your history is. And then your coach is going to literally coach you through the process. He's going to send you voice messages. He's going to send you, if you've got questions. So for example, walking you through this guy, he joined. He said he wanted to start on a $10 unit size. He listed his bookies: Sportsbet, Lads, 365, Deluxe, Dabble, Tab, PointsBet. Now,
Hey, Dan, it's Justin here. Great to hear from you, man. So, yeah, make sure you go through all that content in your member portal before you do anything else, and then we'll have a chat about what accounts you've got and that sort of thing. And a plan moving forward for you, but really important you don't jump on today, don't follow the tips. Spend the time.
So Justin there, he's the coach. He said to the guy who signed up, don't follow today, you don't have enough bookies, go through the content. The guy responded, too easy. He then got a weekly follow-up. He said, just making my way through, had a few busy days. Unit size is set at $10 so far. He then got a 3-minute voice message from Justin. He told him to set up more accounts, I'd say.
Yeah, so I'll just go through a few things. So obviously your unit size is absolutely fine. That's elite. Really good stuff. You've watched the content, you've understood the net start on a low unit size. Build that platform to be able to launch into a big unit size down the line. Really get that, platform in concrete so that your accounts are in really good order. You've got, sort of 6 bookies, I want to say there, that you're able to use to follow the system. You've got Sportsbet, Ladbrokes, Neds, Bet Deluxe, Tab, and PointsBet. We don't use Dabble and we don't use Bet365 at the moment, as they don't have promotions that work in with the system for that bonus back for second and third. So
this is a year ago, by the way.
So it's going to have an absolute minimum of 8 bookies. I recommend having 10. So what that means is you've got those 6 sort of accounts. You're going to need to open 4 new accounts. Have a look at our promo list for the Saturday just gone, the Saturday before.
Anyway, you get the picture. So they're coached through the setup process. If they have any questions, if they have any queries, like there's 3 minutes of voice there, then 2 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 1 minute and a half, 1 minute 10. Like we're talking about like flat out coaching, one-on-one help that you personally get access to when you're a member. So you don't just get fucking tips sent out. Like if it was just tips, like honestly, the success of our members would be shit, because no one would focus on mindset, no one would focus on discipline, no one would have that accountability of having that coach. So hopefully that paints a little bit more of the picture for you, Jimmy, as to what goes on behind the scenes, and anyone else watching as well. It's very easy to just sit there and say that, oh, it's all good and well to just send out tips, but every single person gets a personal coach in our system. And that's the difference between sort of potentially the long-term success. So I've tracked that at $1.90. A lot of people got $1.95 or $2, but track that at $1.90. All right, Insta. So you have to use more than one betting site. Yeah, man. Wayne, you definitely need to use more than one betting site. You can't follow with one bookie, man, because you'd simply not be able to get all the bets on, and you also wouldn't get promotional insurance, which is the bonus bet back if your horse comes second or third, which deletes the mathematical edge that is inbuilt into the system. Oh, sorry, Jimmy. You asked if I have a coach. How do you improve yourself or learn more about? Do you have a mentor? It's a good question, to be honest. I definitely struggle. I think I would say no, I don't have a mentor. But I think these days it's very easy to, even though it's not directly to you, to find mentors online by simply watching other people and learning off other content creators. If you want to learn, like, it's literally everywhere. Like, if you want to get even 1% better every day, it's very easy to do that. Just from, like, if you watch one YouTube video a day of something, you're going to get better at something. Like, or if you learn a skill and practice it every day, you're going to get better at it. So I'd love to have someone who is way better than me and that personally coaching me, but I personally don't have that yet. I think in the future I probably will do that. But yeah, I personally don't have that now. It's a good question though. But what I would say is like a lot of the people in our community, without sounding like, it's not arrogant actually, I think a lot of the people in our community would look up to us as their mentors or their people who have helped them change their lives or change their mindset. And that's come from personal voice messages, just general community vibes. As Geordie said above, being in a community, you get to leverage each other's skills and lessons learned. It's like fishing. You can do it yourself, but you'll catch more if someone shows you what equipment, where, and how. That it can't be more spot on than that. Like, that is literally the definition of, if you said, I'm going to go and do something and I'm going to try and be the best at something on your own versus doing it with a group of 1,500 people, well, no sane human can honestly tell me that you're going to be better doing it yourself. It's just not possible, because 1,500 brains or 1,200 brains are going to be way more powerful and more influential than your own. So that's where it's like, it's actually negligent to not leverage community, not leverage extra content, not leverage everything else. It's there for the taking. Leverage our mistakes, leverage our experience, leverage other things, leverage people in the community that have been there for 3 years and learn off them. That's just how everyone gets better. Alex. Just on my way home from work, listening to JP educate, love it. All while the other half's at home making units tax-free. Easy life. Yeah, nice. I mean, that's how simple it is. That's a member. That's actually not a member. His wife is a member. And she's been a member, I'd say, for close to 2 years. And yeah, she's a non-gambler. He was a gambler, and he's been one of the best stories I've seen. He used to hate it. She used to hate the gambling, and he used to say things like, she used to say things to him like, oh, well, do you want to go and work double time and then basically work for free? Like, you're working for free once you donate your money, after you pay. And it's like, do you want to work for free again this week? And eventually she came across our product and she took over it, never placed a bet in her life before. And now she's like a mum of maybe 2 or 3. I'm going to say 3. Don't shoot me if that's wrong. And she's been able to do it and make, I think, maybe close to 40K. I don't know exactly, but she bought a new car from it. And it's been a really cool story. We'll probably get her on a podcast. And the non-member husband, I'm deliberately not mentioning your names, by the way, to protect your privacy. But yeah, that's a really cool story that's come out of our community, and there's hundreds of them, to be honest. And as you can see, the lasting effect, like, yeah, cool, you make someone 40K, right? But if you've taught them nothing and they've made that 40K, they're going to lose that 40K by doing dumb shit again. But if you teach someone the skills and the knowledge, that those skills and knowledge and everything else, the mindset that comes from it, those are like permanent. They last forever. And that's what people probably don't consider when they sort of talk about why someone would join and stuff like that. Oh, she's a grandma as well. Nice. I didn't know you guys are grandparents. That's sick. G'day, Will. I saw a photo of you yesterday on Prime Train story. You look like you were hammering the weights. Good work, mate. G'day, Lockie. What's for lunch? Yeah, probably am due. Ooh, you like that one? Yeah, Steve reckons you're on the roids, but I had to pull him in line. I said, look, mate, he's 18, he's ripped, he'd be lean. He's definitely not on the roids. But good progress, man, for an 18-year-old. Keep up the good work. Do that for another 5 years and you might look like old mate Arnold. Looks like you got your brother covered though anyway. What's for lunch? A big boy smoothie. It's not really lunch, but it's kind of a late, yeah, I guess it is lunch. He's got Maxi covered for sure, yeah. He was talking about how you're struggling with a negative variance at the moment, and you started complaining the other day at home. Sorry if that's a touchy subject, but I think it'll help your mindset anyway. But yeah, negative variance when you just sign up is always something that a lot of people struggle with. But it's actually way more beneficial for you to go through that, stick around, and then look back on it in 6 months' time and laugh about how emotional you were about the results, knowing you've got X dollars in your pocket and 100 units in your pocket. It's like, well, what the fuck was I actually worried about? Because it's like, why was I so short term? And that's just like reflection, learning, getting better at your dealing with your emotions. What's the question here? How do I? There we go. Question. Do you ever trial other systems on the side, like new techniques or refinements, or is it just stick to what you know works? Also, apologies for so many questions. Don't apologize. I'm very excited by this. Don't apologize for asking questions. That's what this is for. Ask as many as you want. I gotta do something here. Otherwise, I'm gonna be bored shitless. I'm joking. Trialing other systems, like, no. But always, Steve is always like, I guess not checking the system, but like always ongoing, like managing the system in a sense of like checking the data, checking if there's any new things that need to be changed, any new rules or variables that need to get added. So that stuff's happening pretty much a lot of the time, ongoing. So we're not sitting here complacent and just being like, we have a bulletproof system. I mean, we do, in a sense of it's going to make money, but there's always ways to improve. And for sure, we are definitely looking to do that on an ongoing basis. But trialing other systems, no. In terms of like using other people's systems for our own, no, definitely not. That's definitely not what we do, because it's not like we have a system, and if we were to make any drastic changes, they're not going to be based on someone else's research or something like that. It's going to be based on our own, what we know. So, all right, let me tip. First tip sent out. Second tip sent out. You're a bit late here, so. So 3 tips in this race, all half units. Don't normally do 3 tips, but in this race we have tipped three horses. G'day, Mum. Do you take turns sending out the tips, or is it just one of you? I guess you could say we take turns for sure, but it doesn't matter who's tipping. The results are pretty much the same. Like we have a set of rules and there's not much sort of guesswork to it. It's just like if X happens, we do X, and if Y happens, we do Y. It's like very, very, very structured and no sort of emotional, no like problems with that. It's just all sort of black and white. Let's have a look at. Sorry, I got to catch up on these questions. Has the system strategy or system of selecting the runners you select changed over time? Imagine the first 12 months, yes, but it's a constant. But is it at a consistent stage or always evolving? Yeah, sorry, I did sort of touch on that already. Will says, really helps having an older brother who really nails the long-term profit mindset into you every day. Everything all good now, happy with how everything's going. Yeah, nice. If the system changes over time, doesn't that warrant the long-term data irrelevant in a way because the strategy has changed and previous tips would have been tipped with a new strategy? Yeah, obsolete. Sort of, but not really. The changes we make are more often than not focused on that more so than the process for identifying. Yeah, spot on. Tom's like, basically Josh is saying, well, if you're changing the system, isn't the long-term results irrelevant? No, because the changes aren't drastic and they're not huge to the point where it's going to matter and render the results obsolete. So we're on 3 horses here. We're on Atmospheric Rock, spelt it wrong, nice. So we became... I'm only looking at this because I want to check the results. Put in the spreadsheet. So we tipped Swift Charm half a unit, Baratus half a unit, and Atmospheric Rock half a unit. Only one of them placed. So let's put that in the spreadsheet now. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Swift Charm came second. Bonus back on that, and then the other 2 didn't place. Yeah, you're exactly right. Now, over time, money is holiday money, finally making bank thanks to you guys. Nice. Good old Josh with the hard hitters. Yeah, man, don't worry about asking questions. We're not going to shy away from any of them. Another poorly worded one from me. I mean, you trialing your own system in a different way, not using someone else's. I was skeptical before meeting you today, but I can tell you guys, honest as day is long. Yeah. Cheers, Jimmy. I've had a few blow darts in my day. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, like I guess we are always not trialing it, but there's ongoing data. I guess you have to back test and forward test things in any strategy. So back test means go back and check. Forward test means test it in real time without actually investing any money. So you look at any Forex trader, someone who currency trades. Most people probably won't know what currency trading is, but essentially it's just like trading currencies Australia versus USD, that kind of stuff. It's called Forex. Anyone, or even stock investing, or even crypto investing, if you're trading, that is, you are looking at live markets and you're betting against live markets essentially. If you're going to trial a strategy, you need to go back and test it against the history, but you also need to test it in real time. And forward testing means you ideally wouldn't be investing your own money. It's like you're not going to start throwing money into something that you don't know until it works. And that's why it's good that we have results. You can back test our results. You can actually forward test our results as well by watching the results in real time, which means that you've essentially got a backward and a forward testing strategy for you as a customer. And we can back test everything. We've got all the data, and you can also forward test by adding in new variables if you wanted to, but we wouldn't change anything definitively which comes out into the system, into the results, and into the people, into the members, until we definitively know that something is working. And that's not guesswork. It's not, I think actually we should invent this rule, because I feel like that's full gambling. That's subjectivity. We want to objectify everything, make it set in stone, black and white, proven, before we change anything. G'day, Jules. Charles, welcome, mate. New platinum member, elite stuff. We'd be nearing 1,000 platinum members, I reckon, which is sick. I'll have to have a party when we hit 1,000. Do you nuffies even watch Betfair? How you possibly take Swift Charm when it's getting its... Yeah, nice. Old mate James McMahon. Do you nuffies even watch Betfair? How you possibly take Swift Charm when it's getting its back blown out late? I guess, James, that's probably the reason why... I don't know where your system is that you run, but hopefully it's a good one. But ours has its own set of rules, so good luck with whatever you're doing. But thanks for your input on the YouTube anyway, keeping us entertained, or keeping me entertained in here. And then Jimmy's responded to him. Hi James, horses can firm and blow for a number of reasons. If you back every firmer they have firmed, you guaranteed to lose. And James reckons that Jimmy's incorrect, because if you smash every firmer, you'll place 9 out of 10 times. Nice. I hope you've got the data to back up that statement, James. Again, this is very, very gambler fallacy talk. This is, I think I know something. I'm pulling numbers out of my crack instead of objectifying them. But hopefully you're also taking a lot of money off the bookies as well, James. Sounds like you know what you're talking about though, James, I must say. But yeah, I dare say you're not going to get anywhere trying to sort of come in here and hate. It's not really what we want to respond to, but it's always good to see people out there that are watching our content. More of a light-hearted question. What do you estimate the difference in the long-term results would be if every promo was just second place? Also, if it was second to fourth every time? Sorry, I was reading Jimmy and James having a crack in YouTube. That's something that I can't answer. Steve may be able to answer it. I mean, if we went and dug into our results, you could probably work that out yourself. But what I will say is that if that was the case, things would have to change. Now, second to fourth obviously would result in more profit. And to be honest, we only ever tracked to third, right? So there are bookies still out there that are offering fourth or fifth or whatever, which if you're doing that sometimes, not every time, because you're just going to be abusing promos, you're going to get banned. But our results are very, very conservative, not only from the odds point of view, but also from the bonus percentage turnover point of view. Like 65% if you're a match bettor and you've been doing it for at least 3 months and you're using Betfair, 65% is like well under what you're actually getting. So if we say that our results are 65%, which is what they tracked out on our website, and you're getting 80, you're going to get about 100 units more over a course of a year than someone getting 65. 100 units more than our results. For a $50 unit member, that's $5,000 in a year extra, just on bonus turnover at 80%. Now, there are people in our community getting 90% bonus turnover. They're getting upwards of 150, 200 units extra. There's an extra sort of 7.5 to 10K. So on a $50 unit member. So that's just on that. But in terms of what would it be if it was second? One, it wouldn't be done the way we do things currently. It would have to change. And that's sort of like people when they say, oh, but what would your system do if you didn't have promos? And it's like, brother, our system wouldn't have been built the way it has if there wasn't promos. And a lot of people struggle with that. They're like, well, look at your results. It's like, without promos, you may not be profitable. And it's like, well, without promos, we wouldn't have made this system. The system's been made to use the promos that are on offer. It'd be like going up to a solar company and being like, hey, you guys wouldn't exist if there was no sun. And it's like, well, the sun exists, brother. So we have a solar company. So yeah, hopefully. But I know I kind of didn't really answer your question with the numbers, but I don't know the answer to that question because I've never looked into those numbers. Steve would be able to get the numbers from the data. He's the data boy. But myself personally, I would be lying if I knew the answer to that in an objectifiable way. If you guys back so late, what are you actually waiting for as an indicator to back horses like Swift Charm? James, that's for me to know and you to find out. That's the secret herbs and spices of the system. But I understand your concern. Unfortunately, I'm not going to answer that question because it's part of our privacy and our intellectual property. I'll answer most questions, but I'm not going to flat out tell you how our system works. Hopefully that's okay. Moonee Valley Race 4. One tip sent out, by the way. Second tip sent out. The water's suspect. Josh loves the questions. I reckon you'll join the mentorship program, Josh, but maybe you won't. How's the NBA been traveling? In terms of the NBA specifically, I don't have the data on that, but the sports system has been going as expected, maybe slightly lower than expected, but it's still profited during the sort of 15 out of 20 weeks that have been going so far. The winter sports service will be starting in end of Feb, March, whatever, when footy season starts. So that's going to be something to look forward to. What's more scalable, the sports system or the racing, or about the same? Great question. Probably say the racing, definitely actually. If you watch Lenny's podcast, if you search making 20K a month betting on YouTube, you'll find Lenny's podcast from about April last year. It was our first podcast in the office. That one's really good to watch to sort of hear what Lenny did. That was really good. So that was actually answered in the podcast, but definitely racing. So we've tipped Toronto Terrier here and the favourite, which is Running By. Toronto Terrier was $5 and Running By was $1.85. Got a unit on both. Toronto Terrier is leading currently. That has missed. It's led the whole way and lost. Did it place? Yeah, that's a tough watch, but it is what it is. Running By, I don't reckon placed. I can't even see. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually legally blind. But I wear glass permeable contacts, which gives me 20/20 vision. Yeah, that didn't place. Tough watch. So just take that race, for example, right? And if you're sort of emotionally attached to that race there, like Toronto Terrier was paying $5 and it was led literally the whole way until literally 10 meters to go and got swamped and lost. Now, there are members in our community that don't watch the races, right? And there are members in our community who watch the races. And if you check the chat right now, well, no one's really said anything, which is interesting. But you can easily, here comes some chats. See, Sim doesn't watch the races. He doesn't watch the races. So if you watch the race there and get emotionally attached to that race and think, oh, fuck, so unlucky, photo finish, or not photo, but it led the whole way and lost, you're more likely to potentially maybe act, I don't know, emotionally on your next bet or whatever. But if you simply just don't care and you just know that in the long run it's going to win and profit and you just detach and I'm not getting emotional, like, it's shit to see the horse lead the whole way paying $5 and you've got a unit on it and it loses. But like, that's just part of this whole process. It's just another number that goes into the spreadsheet. So there's no point getting upset about it. No point saying, oh, fuck, should have won. Like, it may should have won, but it didn't win. And now what? If it should have won or it didn't win or it should win or you get what I'm saying? It doesn't actually change what you're doing next. And if you allow it to, that's where you fail as an investor. And that's just how things work. So hopefully a nice insight into the brain of a gambler there. I'd like to join the winter sports service. Yeah, Geordie, there'll be an influx in the end of Feb, most likely. What's the results look like year to date? Hectic Tomahawk has asked. I don't know if you remember Hectic, but yeah, like I said at the start of this live, year to date is 27 days. And if your focus is on 27 days as an investor, that is way too short. If you want to go and find the results, you can find them on our website, but we've recently gone away from talking about anything less than 3 months worth of results because it's simply not how the system works. Talk about 6 months or 12 months and then we're talking. Do you like the races and horses or is it just about business? Good question, to be honest. For me personally, I'm not a race nerd. I'm not a race obsession person. Like, don't watch the races. I enjoy, like, I'm not saying I don't like them, but I'm not someone who goes out and fucking obsesses over races and all that. For me, it's purely always been unemotional. Like from an investment standpoint, and obviously running the system is from an investment standpoint too. We have to be unemotional at all times. But when I was match betting heavily, and this is something that you could probably see on a lot of our lives that we've done, on our vlogs, sorry, not lives, we will ride the shit out of the horses. And we've done that in the past. Like we'll celebrate and yell and stuff, but the way we then act after that is flat out like robot, like it's full robot. So most people, I don't think, can sit there, get super emotionally charged, yell at the screen, celebrate, and then go back to zero emotion and not act like that. Most people who do that will probably then carry over that excitement into their actions after it. So I like to consider it as this. It's like, as humans, we've got two types of the brain. We've got our feeling brain and our thinking brain. Our feeling brain is what we always feel when something happens. So for example, if someone calls you a fucking idiot in the street, right? You're going to be angry and like confused and what the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Like some people might react in a way where they go and hit the guy. Other people might run away because they're scared. That's your feeling brain, right? But if you then reflect back on that situation an hour later, once the emotions have discharged and they're done, they're zero again. If you think and be like, well, why did I hit the guy in the head? What was the upside of doing that? What was the downside of doing that? And then you make decisions like that with your thinking brain, where you actually critically think, you analyze without any emotional cloudiness. Then all of a sudden you're going to make a better decision, because you're not going to go hit the excuse my French, you're not going to go hit the guy in the head, drop a C-bomb there. But basically, making decisions with your thinking brain. So if you're emotionally charged, right, and you're riding this horse and you're celebrating, fuck yeah, won, or right then you miss the horse, lose the race by a head, and then you're angry and you're frustrated, and then you go and place a bet immediately with your feeling brain, then that's not going to result in anything good in the long term. Whereas if you sit back and you're like, all right, whatever, another race, what's the upside of me going and doubling my unit size? What's the upside of me going and chasing my losses? None. What's the downside of doing that? Losing money. Then, of course, it's better to actually act with your thinking brain. And the more, this is not just with betting, this is with anything. Like in life, if you're making decisions critically thinking always, a lot of people don't think about what they do before they do it. Like buying a house, like why are you buying the house? Have you done an analysis on what you could do instead? Or have you done an analysis on what's going to happen when you buy the house? Like think. Don't just act in a way where you're not even thinking. So yeah, I'm not sure if that makes sense. Jimmy, as you say, it all comes out in the wash. Sometimes the photo goes our way. 100% the photo will go our way one day, and when it does, it will happen, but whatever, it's not going to matter. After completing the free course, is it best to join the Platinum Squad and then want to join the system, or do both together? Good question, Dan. That would depend. I assume you've watched the customer journey video, the journey to 3K a month. That video explains the process of getting to 3K a month. And the most ideal situation would be to join Platinum first. Now, why? Because if you have all the information around match betting, you're going to be better off than following the system. You're going to learn Betfair. You're going to learn all the stuff about sustainability and defense. You're going to be leveraging the community. You're going to be leveraging all the discussions that you're going to get in Platinum. You've got 15 hours of content. Do that first for sure. Now, at the same time though, if you're someone with a hefty bankroll, i.e. more than 5K, you've got some income, joining the system doesn't mean you have to follow the tips to learn the system. You're going to have to learn the system anyway, okay? So, like, learning the system is crucial, because if you just join Platinum, you leverage all the stuff in Platinum. It takes you a month to learn all that. And then you then learn the system after that. You then have to wait again. Whereas if you join them together, you're not going to be following the system straight away in terms of placing the bets, but you are going to be talking to your coach, which you can then learn in conjunction with Platinum. It fast-tracked your whole learning experience better. And because your aim is to join the system later, I would actually personally, if I had more than sort of 1,500 to 2K, I would join Platinum and the 3 monthly on the system. In fact, if you're a Platinum member, there's a code in the first video of Platinum where you get a free month on the system if you buy a month or longer. So I'd buy that, spend $99, buy the month, you get the free month, use the free month to watch, learn, see the tips come out, see how it works, plan your day, do some mock follows, don't place any bets, learn, set up your accounts as per the Platinum Squad. And then when you get to your month where you're ready to follow, you then don't have to wait another month to learn the system or another 2 weeks. You're actually seeing it in real time and everything becomes easier to learn at the same time. If you're someone with only, less money, then obviously wait to join the system. But I would say joining them at the same time is ideal. On the flip side, if you're someone who has 5-10K bank, buy a 6 monthly, join in a 6 monthly, you'll save yourself money. It equates to like $70 a month or something like that rather than $99 a month because you're longer, $459 divided by 6. Don't quote me on that. It actually might be closer towards 80 a month, not 70. But yeah, good question though. But hopefully we'll see you in there anyway. When you started match betting, did you start off on sports or horses? Good question. I started on sports. I heavily did sports for, I'd say, 5 years, from 2014 to 2018, maybe 4 years, not 5. And then started horses in 18, 19, 20. Back in 14, especially 16, 17, there were some crazy AFL promos that you could get ridiculous expected value. And there were days where we'd make 10K on a day just from the early payout promos on the AFL, or 10K on a match, which is no longer possible now unless you're sort of doing crazy stuff. So yeah, I guess back then the promos were different. But yeah, I did start on sport. And then as the industry has evolved, the promos have gone towards more racing and more same race multi stuff. So that's where the opportunity arises there. Not so much with the same race multi, more so with the racing promos, which is what the system is built on. And then you've got your same game multi promotions, which is what the sports system uses for 80% of the tips on there. Negative 19.8 year to date as per the site. Yeah, spot on, man. 100%, that's correct. But again, as I said, it's a period of the graph. If you zoom out to 3 months, you'll go plus 35 units as per the stream. And then if you zoom out to 12 months, you're looking at sort of whatever it is, 290 or whatever it is. I can't seem to see. I think I've shortened the... When's Randwick? 5 minutes. Why can't I see? If I start with 5K, $50 units, when do you up your stake? Would you do 75 at 7,500, $100 at 10K? Nah. So Jimmy, you wouldn't start our system with $50 units. It's actually very negligent to do that. Because you simply will get your accounts banned super quickly. And every member comes into our system with probably going to start on a $10 unit size and then building that up over a 3-month period to about 20, 30. It is very conservative. And then most members, anyone above a $20 unit size should be a Platinum Squad member, because once you get above the $20 unit size using the promos, you need more advanced defense and sustainability, which obviously the Platinum Squad teaches, which sustains your accounts for longer. There's 3 factors, right? I'll get the whiteboard up in a second. I'm just trying to see how this stream is working. Hang on a second. No, that's not working. Give me a sec. Oops. There we go. Perfect. Live chat. Yeah, so you can't actually follow on a $50 unit size to start, Jimmy, because you'll get your accounts banned. And it's not a matter of getting above a $50 unit size. You simply won't have the promotional coverage to to get $100 units on, because every bet return or promotion has a $50 maximum, unless you've got like mug degen accounts which are severely losing. You can get some exclusive offers of like 100 or more on your promotions, but if we're tipping sort of 30 to 40 units in a week or whatever, those all have to be on promotions, and you simply can't use that many promotions per bookie if you're going to be sustainable. So getting up 100, if we send out a tip and it's 2 units, $100 unit size, you have to place 4 promos on that race, because each bet needs to be 50, 50, 50, 50. So you've got now $200 outlaid, but all 4 of those bets have to be with the promotion, which now all of a sudden, across the 30 bookies that are offering promotions, or 25, you simply can't get the promotions on without abusing the bookies. And abusing the bookies means you lose your accounts, which means you don't make money on the system anymore because you can't follow. There's 2 things that are going to stop you from making money with the system long term. That is getting your accounts banned, and secondly, that is not doing it properly or not being disciplined. They're the only 2 reasons that you wouldn't make money with the system. And if the first one is abusing promotions or going too hard too early, that means you're going to decrease the amount of time that you're following, which means you're decreasing your profit on the system. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like I should be alright because I was a losing punter earlier. They won't know I've switched to the system. Nah, unfortunately, man, that's true in theory for probably the main 2 bookies like Sportsbet and Tab. But man, the smaller bookies, you can't do it, man. Like as soon as you change your habits and you abuse promos, they'll end you. And if you're not on top of your promos, unfortunately, your accounts will find themselves banned pretty quickly. Oops. Yeah, I've cooked. Randwick. So this race here, we only have it's a green race on the promo list, which means I can only outlay 1 tip or 1 unit. Anyone on Instagram, sorry, I haven't checked the comments for a while. I will do so in a sec. So just tipping Glory Days here. For anyone who is wanting to know what I tipped, that's what I tipped. Non-members, do not take the tip because it is gambling without a system. You don't have one if you're not following all the tips. Yeah, so Jimmy, I'll continue. So if you look at our promo list, man, I'll show you it. So this is what you're going to get every morning on the tipping day. You're going to get this, right? For those watching on YouTube, it's very hard to show this without showing both screens, but there's your promo list, right? It tells all the promos, and then we've got our long one, which shows all the bookies. So what you need to look at, it's like, well, yeah, great. If you've been a losing punter your whole life, you're probably going to have a lot lower likelihood of getting banned, spot on. But if you are using too many promos, eventually it's gonna catch up with you. So it's all good and well to abuse promos, but if you're using too many, whooshka, you're gone. So the best thing you can do if you're outlaying, let's say, 40 promos in a week is to get more promotional coverage. So if you've got 10 bookies open, then you can only get a minimum of 4 per bookie. Four times 10 is 40. But if you have 25 bookies, 40 divided by 25 is less than 2. So all of a sudden you can spread your bets more and then use less promos on the smaller ones, which means that then you can sustain your accounts longer. Obviously that's a very simple one, but combining this with all the Platinum Squad defense sustainability, all the additional little tricks and tips that you can use for certain bookies, all of a sudden you've got a much longer account life because you know these little tricks about these different bookies. Some bookies don't like certain things. Defense and sustainability is a tricky game. But once you understand it, it's pretty cool. Just putting in spreadsheet, round week 4-1, glory days, 1 unit, $2. First say that's going to win. Right, we've got our first race at Sunshine Coast coming up soon. What did everyone get? $2, $2.20, $2, $2.05, $2.10. $2.15, $2.20, $2.10. I'm robbing us here. I'm robbing us. I tracked that at 2. All good. All right. Need to get through some comments. I think I've noticed of late that. Sorry. I think one. Yeah. Spot on, MK. I think I've noticed of late is that on these past few lives, there's been a lot less / no hate like there used to be. Some fucking doozies over the years. Yeah, I think you're right, because I think we're sitting here like actually explaining what we do, whereas sometimes I think a lot of people don't actually understand what we do, and then they just think we're fucking scammers. So the fact that we're sitting here answering questions, I've always been a big advocate for lives and streams because you can actually see in real time. Like if we make a video that goes for 90 seconds, you don't really get to see much. Like it's like not staged, but it's like it's filmed and then the camera goes off and then it just gets posted. Whereas a live is like you actually get to see shit in real time. You can ask questions, they respond. Like Jimmy was saying, he reckons I'm an honest person because he's seen me talk. Like that can't be shown on a video, where it can be shown on a live. So I like the lives. Mitch, you want to join the sports service? That's why I think software would make the most sense, and I'd be confused that you guys aren't jumping through hoops to get it developed. Yeah, pretty good. There's a lot more that goes on, Josh. As I said, like before, in our business, there's to be honest, we're running a company that probably should have 20 people running it, but there's 3, and then there's maybe I'd say 8 team members that are sort of part-time, and then probably another 2 that are full-time, and now we've just employed a new team member who's now a full-time content creator for us, who'll be starting in 4 days. So that's going to free up a lot of our issues, which enables us to then resource allocate into other areas of our business. So that's going to help things to get done that we haven't been able to do over the last 12 months. We finally pulled the trigger on a content creator. They're really hard to find, and we think we found a really good one. So that should take off a lot of the load there, and then that will allow us to put our focus and resources into other things. Hey JP, how do I find more about the mentorship program? Did you watch, I don't know, Jordan, if you're a platinum member or not, There has been a couple of announcements in the Platinum Squad announcements channel about it. But if you're wanting to learn more about it, do two things. Watch Lenny's latest vlog on YouTube, and then watch the 100K podcast, which is on our YouTube as well. If you don't know where those links are, send us a DM. I'll send you the links personally. And then if you've done both of those things and you're a Platinum member, send a DM to the Instagram account, or if you have Telegram, send it to my personal Telegram account, which is at the Hustler Squad, and I'll send you some information about it. There's going to be a lot more people obviously wanting to join it after they see like sort of Lenny and what he's doing with people for sure. People wanting to cash in on sort of the opportunity there is going to be huge. There's going to be some serious money made in the next 12 months by some of the people jumping on. And it is a lifelong thing. We do mention 12 months, but like we like to sort of look in 12-month blocks. But yeah, like the kid yesterday who joined, or 2 days ago, he's already made 150K in about 2.5 years, and he's looking to make 100K minimum in 2024. Lenny reckons he'll easily make 150 to 200. So that's the kind of stuff that Lenny's doing with these people joining the mentorship program. It's pretty cool stuff. What is the next race? 2:30. Quick fire. 3 races in 15 minutes. Josh, believe it or not, I actually wouldn't want to be on the beach sipping a margarita. It's a funny one. We're going to release a podcast where Tom interviewed me in an hour. A lot of the members will definitely like to see it because I didn't know what he was going to ask at all. It was just one-on-one interview. It was filmed maybe 3 weeks ago. Posted on Sunday. He asked me some questions, and one thing that always comes up with people, it's like, oh, if you had so much money, you wouldn't be doing X, Y, Z, or you wouldn't be driving this car, or you wouldn't be like, you'd just be retired. It's like, I actually wouldn't get that much enjoyment out of just sitting there doing nothing. I actually like doing shit, and I like doing what we do. So to sit there and be like, I'm not rinsing you or telling you you're an idiot, but like, for me, sitting on the beach sipping a margarita, like I don't even fucking drink, so I wouldn't actually enjoy that. And secondly, I'd rather do something. Like, yeah, cool, I'll go on holiday, I'll go to Iceland and go to cool shit and get outdoors and hike and all that, climb mountains, all that shit. But like, by the end of like a month, I'm wanting to get back into what I love best, and that's work. Now, some might think that that's like addicted to work, but like for me, that's just for life. Like that's what I like to do. So, yeah. Like I haven't tipped for a month. The last day I did was December 16, where we did the Santa Claus vlog. And I enjoy tipping, especially when I'm in here on my own. It's pretty cool. It's like almost therapeutic for me. We're on Party Spirit here at Sunshine Coast. One unit at 260, I think. Not sure what happened to Party Spirit then. It like died and then came back. I think it came third, so get a bonus back there. G'day, Max. Missed that fucking office. I knew Maxi. Maxi's one of our coaches. He's a legend. You'd be sipping a margarita thinking about the AFL promos incoming or some shit. Yeah, I would, to be honest. When you do something for that long, it's a funny combo because it's like, are you addicted to work? And I think if you're going to be like super successful in life, you kind of have to be addicted to it. Not addicted's the wrong word because addiction's like a negative connotation to it. You need to be obsessed with what you do to be super elite at what you do, I think. Like you look at anyone in life who's at the top of their game or top of their craft, they're obsessed with what they do. And I think you can't be successful if you're not obsessed with what you do. So, yeah. All right, what do we got? Fuck, a lot of questions on YouTube. Jimmy loves it. Have you guys ever seen that Sportsbet pick a few power prices for a couple of runners per day? Yeah. That would be your account, and I dare say your account is why is that sound going off? Oh, it's not. I dare say that your Sportsbet account is a long-term losing one, so that's a pretty valuable account, which you can take advantage of that stuff, but at the same time, once you do start taking advantage of them, they probably will disappear. But yeah, you can definitely use these kind of things to your advantage if you know what to do. But yeah, Jimmy, I'd be shocked if you don't jump into our system and platinum within the next week, to be honest, unless you're sort of someone who wants to sit on the fence and sort of look at shit for a month before committing. Unless you've got like no money, I'd be jumping in and just getting in the deep end and learning stuff. You've asked 100 questions already. You're clearly curious. You're excited. Pull the trigger. I'd jump into platinum first. Now you probably don't even know what platinum is, but what I'd suggest you do is to go and do our free course tonight, or whenever you get a chance, and go through it. And then in particular, pay attention to the where to next section of our free course, which outlays sort of the products and the pathways, the most ideal pathway for someone, and just see no world where you shouldn't join platinum, and then the system pretty much straight away because you're very excited and you want to get part of it. Do it. Okay, Mooney Valley. Extremely well-spoken young man. You could be one of those streamers on Kick, Twitch, OnlyFans. Yeah, I thank you for that. I'm actually not that young. I'm 31, so hopefully that's not too old. But thanks for the compliment. I do want to get into some more external betting stuff for sure, which is kind of what that podcast that we're going to post tomorrow will talk about. And I do actually stream on Twitch. But I play chess on there. I don't do any sort of betting related stuff on there. My Twitch is JP the System. Give me a follow. I will cancel my term deposit on Monday, only small penalty fee, and then when I start, I don't want to wait. And then we start, I don't want to wait. Yeah, I rate that. I mean, assuming discipline and patience and not gambling, that is a great decision. But obviously, the best thing is you could sign up for a month. Sign up to Platinum in the system and not bet for a month. You just learn all the content, and that in itself is huge. What happened there? I think something missed the start. Yeah, that's done. So we've got 2 units on the favourite here, extra 2. Oh, it's not even on the screen, our horse. That's elite. What can you do there? Nothing. It's not even on the screen. It's missed the start. And it's not even in the picture. Nice. Fair to say that one ain't placing. Go, Steve. Do you do form in the days prior or following the prices on Betfair closer to the jump when tipping? Not that simple. Neither of them are simple. We have a system that has a number of different variables and rules that get taken into account. And then once those rules are set out on each race, we do look at the races throughout the week and on the tipping morning and obviously before the race. Once those things are ticked off, the tip gets sent out in the channel. So, yeah. So apparently the stewards are going to be deciding whether they had a fair start or not because it didn't even jump out of the gate. Yeah, spot on. What do we got here? Sorry, do you have a... Wayne, good question. Sorry, man, I have missed your question. Hopefully you're still watching. Do you have to put a certain amount of money on each race or bet? Great question. So, something that we do is send out a unit next to each of the tips. Now, if you don't know what a unit is something that is decided by you prior to starting the system. So, for example, you come to us, we onboard you, you say, I've got 10 bookies, I've got $1,000 bankroll. Now that bankroll needs to be allocated to the system only, okay? You shouldn't be using that money to pay your rent. You shouldn't be using that money to go buy nappies, beers, whatever. That you've allocated $1,000 like you would do in an investment. You buy it, you buy a stock, you leave it for 2, 3, 5, 10 years, right? Same thing with the system. You allocate the money that you can afford to allocate. Now, if you've got $1,000 to your name and you invest $1,000 in the system, that is idiotic, right? You can't do that. Your bankroll needs to be separate from your life, okay? So you allocate that bankroll. Once you've allocated that bankroll, that's an amount of money that you are comfortable to leave there for 12 months. If it's not comfortable to be left there for 12 months, then reduce it so that you are comfortable. Once you've decided that, you then divide that bankroll by 100. So if you start with $1,000, you divide that by 100, you would have 10. Your unit size would then be 10. Now, once you've set up your accounts, once you've set everything up, once you're comfortable, once you understand things, you can start following, right? Then, when we send out a tip, assuming your unit size is 10, if we say 1 U next to the tip, you would put $10 on that horse. Okay, if we say 2 units, you would put 20, because 2 times 10 is 20. If we say 1.5, you put 15. 1.5 times 10 is 15. So every single time, because there are members across Australia that have been with us for 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 1 day, right? Now, everyone starts with a low unit size because of the getting banned factor, okay? You can't come in and follow on a $50 unit size straight away because you're simply going to get banned. So if you came in with $100,000, you're not going to start following on a $1,000 unit size because it's simply not possible. However, if you started with $100,000 or $50,000, you're not going to make way more money than someone starting with 5 or 10. You just simply won't unless you have way more accounts. So the limiting factor, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's a maximum of 1, maybe 2% bankroll if you want to be a little bit more aggressive. If you have a 2% bankroll, that means you have 50 units to use. If you have 1% bankroll, that means you have 100 units to use. Now, if our system goes -10, which it will, or -20, which it can, you won't have -100. You won't lose your bankroll. You'll still have 80 or 90 units in your bank. And therefore, over a long period of time, that edge that we have with our system will come back the other way, and you'll make roughly 300 units per year. Once you get better, once you get more comfortable, once your bankroll increases by you making money, you can increase that unit size in increments such as 5 or 10. You can go from 10 to 20 after a month or two. You can go from 20 to 30 after another month. You go from 30 to 40 after another month. And then by month 6, you should be following on a $50 unit size. And there are some other factors such as being a Platinum Squad member, which is where people invest in the extra knowledge around not getting banned. That's a requirement for anyone on a $25 unit size or higher, because simply the higher you get up that unit size rank, the more likely you are of getting banned. So having that extra knowledge, which is sort of purchased and joined in an additional education of Platinum, that enables you to then sustain your accounts for longer. So I'm not sure if you're watching that, Wayne, but anyone else who's watching, hopefully that helps. The boys will tell you the units to put on the tips, but the size of a unit is your size. Yeah, spot on. Back in my day, on track, we would call them bin chickens. They chuck the tab ticket in the bin and then they run back to find it. Some guys go through the bin 6 hours to find a $20 ticket. I have no doubt that's true, and that's literally gambler activity. It's like, it's so emotional. It's just, fuck it, throw it in the bin. And it's just like they're not thinking. Whereas if they sat there and thought with their thinking brain, they may actually hold the ticket and think, oh, well, it missed the start, might hold the ticket. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you're gambling without any thought process or edge, you're always going to be a victim to the bookies. Yeah, so it sounds like you don't really bet at all, Wayne, which is good. Some of the best followers or the most successful members are non-gamblers. They've never bet before coming in. So in terms of banned, I mean promo banned. So bookies offer promotions. Now, promotions are offered by bookmakers because they want you to use them to lose money. Like at the end of the day, if they entice you to bet and they give you a special or an offer which entices you to get into their service or into their fucking whatever you call it, cycle of losing. Sometimes it requires a little bit of dangling carrot. They dangle a bonus, they dangle a promotion, dangle a special. That enables you or encourages you to jump in and bet. But as soon as they see someone abusing those promotions or using them in a way that is not recreational, in other words, you're not losing, then they have the right to take those promotions off you whenever they want. So that's why there are tactics, methods, skills, all sorts of different tricks that you can do to use those promotions, but then still look like a losing gambler. And without going into too much detail, because I know you're a beginner, you can still maintain those promotions and spread the load across more bookies, which enables you to keep following things like the system, which uses promotions. I'm not sure if that made sense, let me know. But when they do ban your account, they don't necessarily take your money or close it, they just turn your promos off. So yeah. What would you do if all the promotions were no longer? I'd probably go and work at the local $2 shop. Hectic. No, I'm joking. I would, if the promotions were no longer, firstly, that ain't happening tomorrow and next week, but it's a good question because maybe it won't be here forever. Who knows? But the reality is, man, like our business goes very deep in sense of like general stuff. We have a lot of stuff planned that probably isn't discussed publicly, and you guys, a lot of people, skeptics out there, haters, if you want to call them that, they sit there. Back in April last year, they were messaging us telling us that after the latest inquiry, we're all going to have no jobs, and it's like we're 9 months later and our community's probably taken 20 million off the bookies in the last 12 months through the members. And the reality is there's another 9 months where everyone was saying the promos are dead. And we said back then, you can go watch the podcast literally on our YouTube. We said the promos aren't going anytime soon. And I still believe they're not going anytime in the next 6 months. Maybe in the next 24, they will be reduced or changed. But they've been reduced or changed for the last 6 years, man. So we've adapted. There's always opportunity. Where, unfortunately, it's sad to say this, but where there are losing people, there's always going to be opportunity to win. And that's just the reality of things. There's opportunities everywhere. We'd like to think that we have enough sort of depth and foundation in our community that we can move into other things, and we are going to do that anyway. So I don't know if you're taking the piss or you're concerned or it's a genuine question, but hopefully that gives you the answer. Geordie says move to the States. Yeah, USA is definitely something we've put on hold. We would like to, but just resource allocation at the moment is just very tough to do both at the same time. And it's kind of like the girl in the red dress sort of analogy. It's like the temptation to sort of move away from what you're focusing on, which you know works and you're building, versus sort of the dangling carrot of something better. And it's like, we're choosing to focus on what we know, which is here for the moment, and the opportunity to go to the USA may eventuate, may not, but the reality is we're pretty confident in what we're doing here, and we're very, 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 we've got some big things brewing in the background. So I dare say give it 6 months and there's going to be some serious shit happening in this space and around our community. So not that there is not already, but I'm talking like multiplying what's happening. So yeah, we'll see. My friend's son works for one of these companies. He says obviously signs to look for when turning over money on a short odd like $1.07. 100%, man. And this is all stuff that's discussed in the Platinum Squad. That kind of rookie match betting stuff. It's very easy to spot a rookie match better. Like they do the same shit. They just simply take the promo and don't really know what they're doing. They only know how really to make money. And then they sort of half-ass and think that just sort of like non-promo ratio of 1 to 1 is what sustainability is, when in reality it's much deeper than that. So Jimmy, I don't think that'll be happening anytime soon, man. Yeah, Old Mates is very much the hero on the public side of things. But in reality, if you think and look deeper into what the hell's going on with that particular business or company, whatever you want to call it, it is some of the most disgusting shit that's actually happening in the industry at the moment, because of the way where they're essentially deceiving people by offering something where the dumbest of the dumb punters, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, the people who are very vulnerable and are getting sucked into the, oh, follow these heroes, they're making you money. No, there's no care for those people. It's more of a let's have fun, we're heroes type setup, rather than explaining to people how to profit, how to take advantage of opportunities, how to remain structured and disciplined. Like, no doubt there will be discussions in those communities for sure, but that's not the motive of that business. That motive of that business is to make as much as possible through their revenue streams, and that's why partnering with bookies and stuff is not something we have decided to do ever, and we never will. We do have a tiny affiliation with Betfair, but even then, like we've struggled to sort of, not going into too much, but like in terms of our chats with Betfair, a lot of the stuff that we've tried to sort of do have sort of stalled. But yeah, it's a sad one, because whenever I see that kind of content pop up, it actually angers me as to the people who are getting stuck in and getting sucked into that are the ones who are then telling us, like, even though they're losing money as a result of that, they then tell us like, oh, you guys are wankers, you're charging and shit. It's like, we're charging because we actually make people money, rather than like offering something free and like creating this dream fucking idea for punters that doesn't exist, and inevitably it's going to make them lose more. It's like, well, that's actually negligent. And if you gave a shit, you wouldn't do that, but each to their own. It's a sad existence. I would never personally team up with a bookie, encourage blind betting, random tips. It just doesn't. It's not going to end well for anyone involved, apart from yourself if you're making money from it. So, yeah. It actually triggers me a little bit, to be honest, and I'll probably have to stop talking about it, because I'll say something that will come out of context and someone might not like it. Wayne, yeah. Okay, so if you do bet, you reckon you couldn't even pick a winner in a race where there's only one horse running? Yeah. Man, what I would suggest you do, Wayne, if you're still watching, I don't know if you are. You are, cool. What I'd get you to do, send us a DM. Man, instead of watching me here, you're probably not going to get much value out of watching me. Go and do our free course. So go in our bio, in our Instagram, click on the thing, and spend the next 90 minutes or even tomorrow, watch the entire free course, and you'll learn about what we do. After that, go watch some podcasts. They're on our YouTube as well. And then over the next week, once you've done that, book a free call with myself, JP, on the website, and we can have a chat about where to go next. We can discuss things like bankroll, your history, what you understand, and then we can make a plan on where to go next. But definitely, man, if you're a losing gambler, don't keep betting that way, because you can't actually win until you've got a structure and a process. So we've tipped 2 units here on Castilian. Bro, this is doing my head in. This emoji thing. How do I get rid of it? If something is free, I can't even read this. Why is it doing that? If something is free, you are the product. Second, double bonus back. If something is free, you are the product. Yeah. Spot on. Don't stress too much, Jacob, but man, it's one race. G'day, Jimmy, James. Shouldn't call you Jimmy, you don't like Jimmy. If you're watching, James. Casa. When is the next race? Is it Sunshine Coast? Yeah. You don't really get much time to... Yeah, okay. So, Sportsbet's given a bonus back on extra 2 for Justice Refund. Amazing Sportsbet. They're so fucking good, aren't they? They're such good people, Sportsbet. They give you your bonus back. Wow, let's all bet with Sportsbet because they gave you a Justice Refund. That's literally Sportsbet's marketing. They want that. And that's why they have the biggest market share, because they've conned everyone to think that they're your mates. They're the best. And to be honest, they are the best because they give the value the most to the punters. How many people are in the system? Interesting question for someone who's just joined the live. There's 540 members currently on the system, man. There's 960 Platinum Squad members, and overall there's 1,250 overlap. So 310 are on both. And then there's about 96 on the sports system. Hopefully that helps your question. Damn, motherfucker, making bank with giving out this knowledge as well. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you saying I'm making bank by giving out this knowledge? You'd hope I am if I'm investing my life into it. I don't know if you go to work, I do. Hopefully you get paid as well. I don't mean to be smart, man, but like I don't understand what you're saying. Whether I make bank or we make bank is actually irrelevant to the members. If the members aren't making bank and if the members aren't getting value, yeah, see, I'll answer this in a second, man. I just got to tip this race. I want to challenge you in a sec, so just wait. Some of the stuff you're saying, it's setting off some psychological flags that you potentially have in your brain that need to be, well, they don't need to be, but that I would 100% reckon are impacting your own goals. But in a second, hang on, let me just get to this race. Fuck's sake. So you're saying I'm making bank. Like what do you mean by that? Like what does that mean? Because we have 1,200 members, we're making bank. Is that what you're saying? I want to challenge you. Like what do you mean? Like what is that comment? Like that's like saying Uber Eats makes bank. Like then what? Like they're providing a service. So what's the comment? I just mean your business is probably doing really well. It is, but like what is the comment? Like what's the, are you asking? I want to know why you would make that comment. And I'm not trying to be smart. I want to challenge you. Like what is that thought process? It's inspiring to see. Okay, well, if that's true, that's good. Which would be very interesting because most people writing those comments, I would actually be happy to be wrong if that's the case. Most people writing those comments, they normally come from like a bit more like, oh, look at that guy, he's making money, like sort of fuck him sort of setup. But like, it's kind of like a tall poppy syndrome thing that happens in Australia. It's very, very prevalent. But if you're genuinely saying it from an inspiration point of view, then great. But like, if you're inspired, I don't know if you'd write that. But I'm happy to be wrong. Either way, yeah, no, sick. You sound like a young dude, actually. So I'm happy to hear that you're inspired if that's the case. Man, send us a DM if you're an entrepreneur and you want to learn how other businesses do. Mate, send us a message on our Instagram account. I'd love to chat to you. We're in the game of upskilling and learning off other people too. Man, like, it's negligent to not learn off other businesses. Like, we're always looking at what other businesses do. We're always getting people into our business and our team to make us better, to make things better. And if you're not doing that, you know this, you're negligent. So, yeah, send me a message. What do you actually do? You're an entrepreneur. What do you do? What are you doing currently? I dare say you're probably like 19 years old or 20 years old, just from the way you're talking. It sounds like you're a bit of a go-getter. I sounded hella unprofessional, which is why you probably thought I was being passive aggressive. Man, I don't care if you were, but I know you weren't now, just from the way you wrote, but it sometimes can get lost over text for sure. But just most people writing that normally are actually a little bit sort of, I don't know, triggered by that. But I'm glad that you're not, so that's good. But yeah, send me a message. I'd love to know a little bit more around. So we're on Deep Tempest here. Half a unit at 550. I think it's coming second currently. Well, that does look like it's going to win, and it's just not carried on. Another second. Bonus back, half a unit invested. 65% returned. Negative 0.17 units on that investment there. 305, 1 unit. Yeah, I could tell you're 18. Nice. It's funny how you can see the traits. You speak to thousands of people and you can pick up little things. 18 years old, just moved from Sydney to the UK. Yeah, nice. How did you find our live, man? Like, are you someone who's followed us? Do you know what match betting is? Like, what are you doing with your life in terms of, here we go, bridging the gap for affordability for food for international students here in the UK. Yeah, nice. I dare say you're going to be super successful just from the way you're talking at such a young age. It's funny, there's like these weapons, so many weapons, like 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds who've like, they've started like learning from a young age. Like they've started like working to a degree from like the age of 15, 14, 13. And then by the time they're 18, they're just like 6 years in front of everyone else their age, and they just progress so much quicker. It's cool to see. Oop. Fuck. Just had a number glitch there on setting the tip out. Hopefully it doesn't hopefully it doesn't confuse anyone. So 1 unit here on the road. Independent road. What's this? Wi-Fi bullshit. Yeah. JB question, take all profit and everything aside, do you also feel like the last 4 to 6 months has been so much more inconsistent than it normally is? Well, man, look at the last 6 months. I don't know what you're saying, because if you look at the last 6 months, the profit is... I think inconsistent's the wrong word. I think volatile's the right word. But then we've had our best 2 months ever in the last 6 months. So it's like we've then had our worst 2 months ever in the last 6 months. And it's just the average has just come out at the extreme ends of the spectrum. So more variance, more volatile for sure, but no different in sort of the whole profit. So I don't know what you're saying. I'm not having to go either. I'm saying, like, if you zoom out, you've actually got the same amount of profit. You've got the best month ever, October, and then you've got second best month ever, December, and then you've got the worst month ever, November, and maybe the second worst month is Jan potentially. But if you look at the average, it's actually close to like 30 units a month. That's a nice win. That'll get there. That's interesting. That was very well thought out. Nice. Good to see the chat is alive. Track that at 4. Sitting up 20 units today. Nice, Noah. Hopefully you've been profiting for a long period of time. Anyone looking at their daily results probably needs to shift their mindset. I think I did mention this to you before at the start of the live, but that's all good. Hopefully you're smashing it. You just pitched your business to the government business funding here in the Northern Ireland. Just got selected as the under 21 entrepreneurs to watch. Yeah, man, that's fucking sick. Yeah, I'd love to stay in contact with you, to be honest. Send me a message, man, personally on my Instagram account. I'd love to sort of chat with you and keep you as someone to know in the future. Send us a message on the Instagram account on the system and or my Insta, JP the system _ I think it is. I tried match betting before I moved to the UK, but didn't really understand the bonus bet stuff as I was with another Discord community. Yeah, that's a shame. And I didn't have much content on how to properly understand how converting your bonuses work. Yeah, nice. Yeah. No, I yeah. Nice, man. How long have you been match betting for, Noah? Because I'm going to say that you've just started within the last 3 to 6 months and you sort of have been cashing in on it. You're probably scaling as well. I know you're not a member of our community, so do whatever you want, but just you sound like you've done it for a little bit, so maybe 3, 6 months, 12 months. I don't know. How long have you been doing it? How much you made? Since March, yeah, I was going to say 12 months, 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. How much you made? G'day everyone. One of my mates has got on the live, told me to pick a winner. Shut up. Did you go to your hike or what, Riley? Sorry I couldn't come, mate. Probably should put my phone on charge because I reckon she's going down, the battery. I haven't moved from the chair for ages actually. Probably should get up and have a walk around. Next race is 6 minutes maybe. My beautiful attire, socks and sandals. It's the best way to work. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Because the mic's on. Alright, I'm gonna disconnect the mic from Instagram for a sec, and I'm just gonna charge my phone for 10 minutes. I'll answer that in a second, Geordie. I'm just gonna go to the toilet. Oh, I'll leave the mic. I think no one would wanna hear that. I'll be back. This is my smartphone, I only have it at work. And sometimes, I did get a Nokia, but I've found that, I'll explain in a second. I have a question on YouTube, which is a good one. I would like to hear your 5-year plan for Hustler. Like, are you in contact with government education? To be honest, man, no, but I dare say, I mean, that's definitely in the pipeline, maybe, but the chances of firstly us being listened to, because the reality is, man, this is how stupid, well, I don't want to say humans are, but the moment you talk about the word gambling, betting, and then you say that you can make money from it, or that you run a horse system or a community that makes money, and then you try and educate people on, I guess, responsible gambling, people can't, like, they don't like to, they don't like to know, but it doesn't really go hand in hand, because if we're sitting there saying we're making people money, right, betting, and then we're saying we're working with the government to help gamblers, it's like, it doesn't, like, even though that is possible and that's what's happening right now in our community, both are happening. It's like, generally speaking, I would say that most people wouldn't know that that is actually possible to do both, and they would just be like, what do you mean? How the fuck are you doing that when you're sending tips out? You're just gambling. And it's like, to even get to the point of a discussion, you just won't be taken seriously. So, I mean, if it takes the right person to listen, of course, for sure, we would do that. But for now, it's not really in the high priority, but maybe in the future. But I don't know if you understood what I meant by that. Randwick Way 6. Charge my phone in a second again. Sorry, I gotta take my phone off charge. Randwick Way 6. First tip's been sent out. Second tip has been sent out. Yeah, Geordie, maybe send me a message personally about that stuff you mentioned with the government. I'd be keen to hear what you've got to say. What's your unit count for today? If anyone's watching, CBF actually, we don't even. I actually don't know our unit count for today, man, because that's not what we focus on. I don't know. I think I've seen your name before. I'm not sure if you're a subscriber or a member in the past. I reckon you've been a member in the past, or you've been in our DMs. But yeah, we don't focus on days, man. If you focus on days, you lose the focus on what matters, and that's the long term. But you can access all of our results on our website. But the quicker you take your focus off days, months, weeks, the more you'll make in the long term. Because you'll focus on the long term, which is 12 months. Noah, I'm going to end you from the live if you're going to be a pest. We don't really want like tips in our chats. If you're doing well, great, man, go and do it. But we don't need you sitting in here sort of sending out tips. Sorry, man. So we ended up tipping Aristonis and Louisville 1 unit each. Jimmy Jarks, do I drink coffee? I do, but I'm on day 5 or 4 of no caffeine for a month because I don't drink too much of it, but I've noticed that I don't like. I feel better when I don't drink it, in the sense of like, I feel like, I don't know how to explain this. I have more like ups and downs throughout a day, but without it, the first week's shit, and then you sort of feel a little bit more like upbeat throughout the whole day with no caffeine. But yeah, I love coffee, not because of the caffeine. I actually love the taste of coffee. But yeah, no caffeine for the last 4 days. Third and fourth. Bonus back and we have a break now for a solid 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Might send a little voice message to the channel, reminding them all to stay disciplined. Hey everyone, 30-minute break before the next race, which is at 4 p.m. So if you've had a number of bonuses start to pile up, what have we got? We've accumulated 8 units of bonuses today. So Platinum Squad members, hopefully you should be able to get through all of those already and turn them over. And obviously system members, I'd be looking sort of through the markets on all the other sports and stuff with two-way and three-way Dutching. Just a reminder, if you're sort of sitting there getting emotional or anything like that, take a break, go for a walk, come back in 30 minutes. The next race will be Randwick Race 7. Nothing changes here. And I'm also live on YouTube and Instagram if you want to come ask a question or, I don't know, keep yourself distracted if you are getting any temptations to sort of get emotional or anything like that. Come have a chat, ask a question. I'll put the link below. Cheers. So send that into the channel. Hey everyone, 30-minute break before the next race, which is at 4 p.m. So if you've had a number of bonuses start to pile up, what have we got? We've accumulated 8 units of bonuses today. So Platinum Squad members, hopefully you should be able to get through all of those already and turn them over. And obviously system members, I'd be looking sort of through the markets on all the other sports and stuff with two-way and three-way Dutching. Just a reminder, if you're sort of sitting there getting emotional or anything like that, take a break, go for a walk, come back in 30 minutes. The next race will be Randwick Race 7. Nothing changes here. And I'm also live on YouTube and Instagram if you want to come ask a question or, I don't know, keep yourself distracted if you are getting any temptations to sort of get emotional or anything like that. Come have a chat, ask a question. I'll put the link below. Cheers. How are you lads going today? Going well, Max? Today's another day. Do we go live every Saturday or is this a special event? No, we don't. This is the first time we've ever streamed on YouTube during a tipping day. I think it's actually good, to be honest. It is quite taxing for the person doing it. Like, obviously, I'm sitting here, I can't really switch off, but that's the beauty of it. You get to speak to people like you who've come in and asked questions and potentially are going to join now. So, I think there's huge upside. Teach more people, get what we do out there, change more lives, change more mindsets. So definitely not a special, well, it's not a special event, but I think we can't do it when there's like everyone in the office because it's just too hard. I'm going to put my mic back on the Instagram in a sec, hang on. Put my low battery on. Angus, are you watching or you're not there? No, only 3 people on Instagram. Nice. I'm just gonna put the mic back on. We do have a half an hour break now. Nice. For those watching, is that mic working? On Instagram? I'm not sure, Zach. What's the discussion here going off in the Discord? Oh, nah, sorry, man. The YouTube mic's here. I was talking about Instagram. But yeah, thanks. Are you a member, Zach, or are you just someone watching? Just reading the Discord. I'm a system member. Yeah, nice. Are you Richie? Or is that someone else? If you're watching, if you've got any questions, fire them away. I've got half an hour till the next race, I think. Oh, you always have to be switched on because, yeah, next race is 4 p.m. Any update on Extra 2? Yeah. Jeez, Zach, double Zach. Extra 2, nah. I mean, if you got a bonus back, take it, but I don't think you, or refund it or whatever. Yeah. is I'm going to clean up 2 podcasts and get them posted for tomorrow. Roberto, our editor in Portugal, has gone and finished that overnight. Yeah, definitely a few multis would have lost because of that horse before. But yeah, as we know, we're not really multi fans here. We don't do multis unless you have an edge. So obviously no tip on this race, Moonee Valley Race 7. We've decided not to tip into it. Why is this so weird? Okay, yeah. Gonna have to get my hard drives out for this one. Just signed up to Play Up, not seeing any bonus back offers. Are they location specific? They're actually like account specific. So you'll need to get sent an account, sent a promos for that account. $31-1 that horse, nice. Zach, are you a platinum member or not? Not Richie. Are you a Just the System member or are you a Platinum Squad member? I've been getting promos for Vic and New South Wales first 4 races with RW, Rob Waterhouse, yeah. Nice. I mean, if you're getting them, you can add them into your setup. Obviously, the more bookies you have, the more you can make. I have an account with... Fuck, this is so annoying. The chat. Hang on a sec. I can't read the far right chat. Here we go. I'll pop it out. Yeah, okay. Have you just joined the system, Zach, or have you been a system member for ages and you haven't joined Platinum? Do you know what Platinum is? I'd love to do a little bit of customer research, like how long you've been a system member. Do you know what Platinum is? Do you know why you should join it? Have you done the free course? All right, Jimmy's got a question. I have an account with Blue Balls. They give 50% back as cash. I imagine on your system is a little bit worse because you can get 65% back at a minimum, but you don't have to turn these bonuses over. Yeah, spot on, Jimmy. Yeah, Bluebet do give 50% cash back rather than bonus. So I guess the positive is the effort factor of turning over that bonus doesn't have to happen. But yeah, you are getting 15% less back every time you do use Bluebet with the cash back. Okay, you're just building accounts at the moment. So may I ask you if you've watched the video that I'm about to put in the chat? Are you aware of the reasons as to why it's more advantageous to start with Platinum first? Because it sounds like you potentially might not understand that, Zach. I'm not pushing you, but I do want you to understand. I've just put a link into the chat. I'd encourage you to watch that video, Zach. Greenie, welcome to the live, mate, if you're still there. Greenie's a cult hero in our community. He was on one of our podcasts. Wait, what? Greenie King. Where are you in the moment? You're, at the moment, you're like top of Italy, yeah? That's fucking sick. In an ideal world, sure, but not feasible with cash at the moment. Interesting. What's your Telegram name, Zach? Slovenia. Yeah, nice. My nonno is from Lozevera, which is right next to Slovenia. It's the top like of Italy towards the east, which is borders Slovenia. So you probably know it. I dare say you've probably gone through like Udine. It's up the mountain from Udine. It's a sick little town in the mountains. Yeah, you know it. Family's from Trieste. Yeah, nice. Next door neighbours. Broad Bull. Who's your coach, Zach? Justin, Max, or I don't think it's in my channel. It's not Harry. It'd be Justin or Max. I can check it, but yeah. It's Max. Nice. Yeah, right. I'm just reading your intro. Some cool stuff here. Yeah, right. Okay. This guy's a weapon. Zach, if I was to like read out your summary, would you care, or do you want that private? I won't put your name, obviously, like your last name and stuff. Can I read it so people understand sort of what's going on behind the scenes when people join our service, or you don't want me to do it? Pretty cool message you sent us. When I go to your website, I only see the normal system. Yeah, so Jimmy, this is a fucking stupid problem that we have, which is absolutely frustrating. It's probably the reason as to why we're not even as big as we should be. We have two websites, man. Our free course, our Platinum Squad is on a different website. So I'll put the website below to that. It's thehustlersquad.com. If you go to that website, I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, it hasn't linked into the chat. Yeah, I'll send it to you now. So the system is go to the free course. That's our free course. And then our platinum squad is it's an additional course, which is $1,097 once off, lifelong access. Join the community. There's 950-ish members in that. Sorry, Zach, I was saying your initial onboarding message is pretty cool. What you've written, Max is your coach. I was saying, would I be able to read out that message so that people can understand sort of what we're asking members when they come in? Because it's really cool. You sound like an absolute weapon. All the shit you're doing, all the shit you're balancing at the moment with your life. And then you turned it around by following our content. It's pretty cool. Sure, nice. So I'm going to read out Zach's onboarding. So what happens, we send them a video. Anyone can see this video. It's called Welcome to the System. Watch this all first. You can watch that. It's on our YouTube. There's a code word in that in that video. It goes for 4 minutes. There's a code word in there. The reason we have the code word is for people to be identified as people who are patient or not patient. If you don't send the code word, most likely you haven't watched the video. It's a good way for our coaches to then know whether you're someone who's going to be really good or someone who's just going to throw the towel in and fuck off pretty quickly because you're too impatient. So first thing it says is confirm your email address. That's for verification purposes to make sure you're a paying subscriber or member. Next one is watch the educational videos. Third one is send the code word. I'm not going to say what the code word is, but it's in the video. The fourth one is answer 5 questions. So those 5 questions are who you are. That's obviously broad. We want to get things like, are you 55 years old and retired? Are you 18-year-old uni student? So that's that. Next question is your betting background, and then list the number of bookies you currently have and the bookies, your goals, your bankroll, and your unit size. Final tips, change your Telegram name, whatever. So old mate, I'm not even going to say your name anymore because there's no need. He said he's 37, he's been in the army for 20 years, and he's in his last year of studying medicine, which is pretty cool. He's got a wife, 2 6-year-old boys, and when he has some free time, from all that, he runs ultra marathons, watches footy, cricket, and horse racing. He's been a punter since before he was 18. Also horses and very infrequently sports betting, on and off in recent years, but I've probably been following your system to an extent for the last year. Now, what he means by that is using the bonus backs and turning over bonuses. Obviously, he hasn't been a member on our system until now. He said he's been betting exclusively on promotions, second and third bonus backs, using match betting to turn them over. In his first year of his life, it's where he turned a profit. He's not huge profits, but mostly winning weeks, averaged 10 to 12 bets on a Saturday, up about 50 units for the last year. Keeps the hobby rolling on. He's got accounts with Sportsbet Tab, PointsBet, Betfair, Bet and Bluebet, and has just signed up to Ladbrokes recently. His goals, recently trying to build on what he's been doing so far, learn where I'm making mistakes, tighten up my sustainability. I also really like the look of the spreadsheet as I find it difficult to track bets across accounts and in particular where bonus bets are going to expire. I've lost a bit of cash with bonus bets expiring recently, so trying to tighten that up. I'll probably stick to a bankroll of around 400. He bets with spending money, not with household money. So keeping the unit size low doesn't worry me. And then he's told us his unit size as well. He's been doing that. So that's pretty cool. And then Max has sent him an 8-minute voice in response to that. I want to hear what Max has said. Sorry, Max, if you want me to show everyone what you say, but Max is a fucking weapon. He's made close to 80K with this, so he's coaching you through the process. Here's what it looks like.
Hey Zach, Maxi here, man. Sorry, first of all, for the massively delayed response.
It's on 2 times speed.
You know, the past couple of days with the boys, been working with them on coaching. The boys being, JP, Steve, Tom, helping coaching me through, how to improve what I'm doing with my coaching and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, apologies on the late response. With where you're at, I don't want to complicate things too much. Obviously, being a previous match better is a lead to see. Also, thank you massively for confirming your email address and such a lengthy response. There's no reason you can't be a weapon here. Not many people go this in depth with their initial messages, so massive thank you to that, man. I guess getting straight into it with regarding where you're at, accounts wise, unit size wise, all that kind of stuff. Filtering through what I can, obviously, we can touch on the rest of that message as we go forward, and feel free to ask any questions as we go forward. But I think for now, the most important things would be to look to set up a few more bookies. I know you have Sportsbet, Tab, PointsBet, BetM, BlueBet, all that kind of stuff set up already, but I'd probably look to get 10 to 12 accounts set up minimum. There's plenty on our promo list today in the tipping channel that if you haven't seen, I'd look to be getting accounts set up with them. Work through your non-promos if you don't know what they are. Make sure you watch the videos, do things properly, especially early on. Although you have been match betting in the past, you did say that you kind of wanted to upskill and learn what you've done wrong and increase your defensive sustainability. And I think, especially when opening accounts, really smashing out the non-promo bets and confusing the bookies and making it look like you're a losing punter is the best way to go about it. So I 100% recommend you for now. I don't know if you're following today or not, but I honestly wouldn't. If you are following at the minute, I'd probably just pause it. It's going to be the best way going forward. I know it's annoying. It's a kind of a slow process, especially early on, but if you wanted to do what you said and take things properly and potentially become a platinum member down the track and really enhance your defensive sustainability and be someone that makes 30k, 40k a year, you're wanting to particularly prioritize setting up accounts properly and increasing your sustainability. So that's one way to do it, is kind of taking it slow to start off with. We honestly tell every sub to probably not follow the tips over the first week, 2 weeks. This first month, honestly, is super slow and your profits aren't going to be great. But when you can build things up and when you can do shit properly, I think Tom's actually coming out with a video soon kind of giving system members a bit of a roadmap. And it explains that early on you're not going to make a lot of profit, but as we kind of go down the track and as you build experience, build unit size, keep enhancing your sustainability and getting more accounts and doing all that kind of stuff, 6 months time, like right now you might be making $300 a month following the tips. 6 months time, you're probably going to be making 2k, 3k a month following the tips. So it's it's all of a long-term process. You want to be looking at it like that, especially. That's the best way to look at it when wanting to increase your sustainability is not rushing things. So I know I've kind of rambled on a little bit there, but definitely for now, look to set up a few more bookies. The reason being, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the more bookies you have, the more it's going to allow you to spread your promo bets. And obviously, the more you can spread your promo bets, taking Sportsbet, if you're using 7 promos a day on there, getting even a few more bookies up your sleeve can kind of cut down on how many promos you're going to need Sportsbet for. So maybe it's only 4 a day from 7 a day, and then that's going to allow you to obviously spread your bets more and take your sustainability to the next level without having to actually change anything that you're doing fundamentally. Just literally getting more accounts is going to allow you to enhance your sustainability. So like I said, I'd look to probably get 10 to 12 accounts set up. There's a few on there that you've mentioned that are really good accounts to have, Sportsbet, PointsBet, BetM, Tab, all them kind of bookies, but there's certainly more on our promo list that you don't have. So head over to our promo list in the tipping channel, look to download a few bookies now and kind of get things set up that way. 10 to 12 accounts set up, place all your non-promo bets on them. Like I said, watch the videos if you haven't already, but 2 and 3 reduction is the way that we do non-promo bets at the minute. I see you have Betfair. You mentioned you do have a Betfair account, so fill me in if you'd like, man, on where you're at with Betfair. I'm not sure if you're currently using them or you're backing the lane already or what your experience is with Betfair, all that kind of stuff. But I think step 1 was to get a few more bookies and really focus on setting all them accounts up properly with the methods that we teach here. Placing all your non-promo bets on them, taking it as a little bit of a slow start is you only really get to set up accounts once, and if you don't do it right, down the track, whatever you do going forward, your defensive sustainability early on is the best indicator a bookie has of what type of punter you are. And if you can kind of start off slow and lose money on the accounts but two-way Dutch it out and all that kind of stuff, plenty of non-promos, it's always going to help. And then obviously the next thing I want to touch on is your unit size. I'm really happy with the $10 to $15 unit size. I'd 100% recommend starting on 10. Not only because you only have a $400 bankroll, but because it's going to allow you to once again increase your sustainability. The smaller the unit size you're on, the less attention your accounts are going to get given by a bookie. If someone's only punting $10 on something, it's not a big deal and it's almost more in the normal. Whereas if someone's opening an account and smacking $150, however many dollars on a promo, it's obviously going to be like, okay, this dude's just opened an account, why is he betting so high? His patterns are off, let's ban him. And then obviously the other thing is, you're going to likely, I know you've match betted in the past and maybe not, but with the content that we have here, it might be a little bit different to what you've learned in the past. You're going to likely make a few mistakes or fuck some things up early on, and following on a $10 unit size is going to prevent that from blowing up in your face, in a sense. You're only going to be losing $10 or $5 if you make a mistake, as opposed to if you're being on a larger unit size. You make a mistake, you lose a whole unit, you lose $20. But following on that lower unit size is going to allow you to lose a lot less money on mistakes. And kind of like you said, as you grow confidence-wise, as you get more accounts, as you kind of improve your sustainability, as your bankroll grows, you're going to be able to up your unit size from there, and a couple months down the track, really start taking the piss and having $600, $700, $1,000 months, as opposed to what you're probably experiencing at the minute. So definitely good to set up a few more accounts. I'm really happy with the unit size. Focus on sustainability early on. Like I said, don't probably follow today, just because of the bookies you have. You might be cutting it a little bit too thin. Focus today on watching the tips come in, watching how we do things, setting up accounts, placing non-promo bets, utilizing deposit bonuses if there are some there. I'm sure you're aware that some bookies give deposit bonuses. You can utilize them, turn them over for risk-free profit. BetM do it, so you probably have experience with them. But there's plenty of other bookies on our promo list that do it. Look to do that. Really set up your accounts, focus on sustainability early on, and then from there, feel free to ask any questions going forward, and hopefully have you following the tips and doing it sustainably in about 2 weeks, and then we can kind of build from there. But sorry I've rambled on a bit. I just wanted to make sure I touch on everything and kind of get the message through to you properly. Feel free to send me any questions, any concerns, anything you might have, and we'll go from there, mate. Cheers. Hey, Zach.
So as you can see, I don't know if anyone listened to that, but there's 8 minutes max ascent. It was on 2 times speed. old mate, sorry, I'm not going to use your name anymore. Sorry for the late reply there, by the way. You joined the channel on the 19th, and then Max hasn't got back to you for about 6 days. I think he may have missed because you sent the graph emoji. It may have confused him, and he was down for customer service coaching this week in our office from Tassie. So we flew him down as well as the other two coaches. And we had 2 days worth of training with them this week, which was pretty cool. So sorry about the late reply, but it sounds like it doesn't really matter anyway. Now, I will just say one thing, Broadball, I know that's your name on Telegram. Just with your bankroll, I'm a little bit concerned that isn't enough, because obviously with a negative, I mean, you've got 40 units there technically, which isn't enough. Like, you should be at least having 50 to 100, ideally closer towards 100. So if that bankroll is something you can add as you go, do that. But I don't like how you've said I've got 400 and my unit size is 10. I think that's a little bit too aggressive. But at the same time, if you've got extra bankroll, then all of a sudden it's like, well, if you encounter some negative variance, if you have the bankroll to keep following, then it's fine. I don't know if you get what I'm saying there or not, but yeah. And Jimmy, if you're watching, hopefully you've seen a little bit as to what the coach does, or what happens behind the scenes. Yeah, okay. I can see you typing, Brod. All good. I'll talk to you personally in the channel. Where's the chat gone? Vites, can't wait to invest in the system. Yeah, man, jump on. How come you always send voice messages? It's actually better to explain, I think. I don't know if you would agree, but if I tell you a question, you ask me a question and you just give me a text answer, I don't really think it's easy to explain what you're actually saying. So we're on Waihaha Falls here, and Felix Majestic paying $4.80 and $5. So Felix came second, Waihaha 0. Sorry, third, Felix. Bonus back for Felix. No dice for Waihaha Falls. Do you agree with that, John? Sorry, I half answered your question, then stop. Voice messages are just easier to explain yourself. It's easier to provide context. It's easier to say, well, if I tell you do this, but then I don't tell you the reason, it kind of doesn't make sense. Whereas if we say, hey, do this, but because of this is why we do it, because that can be explained better in a voice message, then that's what we do. I will be joining J2G. Inform me of this. I've been watching some of the podcasts and doing my own research onto this. Awesome stuff, man. Elite. J2G is a legend. Yeah, but definitely go through the free course, watch podcasts, ask questions, do whatever you need to do. Yeah. I'm not sure if the I just realised something on that Twitch stream. What is that link to? Yeah, interesting. Why is that not uploading? 37. Why is that not working? John Smith. Johnny, another week negative, 4 negative Saturdays in a row. Get off the live and learn how to tip. On ya, Johnny. Love to see it. I'd love to know what... I actually hope you feel better about yourself writing that, John. Because I dare say you've got a pretty sad existence if you're coming on a live to rinse a successful company. I don't mean to be rude, but if someone's wasting their time on a live hating on someone, I dare say you probably need to reassess your own goals. Go deep and ask yourself why you decided to comment that. All love, just a prank. Yeah, okay. Brother, go deep. Legit go deep. No. I'm trying to work out this thing on the Twitch stream. I don't understand how this is not working. Why is this not linking to the right number? John Gibbons, how are the results in the last month? I know you've just joined the live, John, but we have recently been pushing deleting the short-term mindset thing and sort of explaining to people that the day, week, month don't actually matter if you're following long-term. So removing the conversation about the short term then automatically makes you think of the long term. Because if we keep talking about days, weeks, months, our system doesn't work like that. You're not going to get rich following our system in a day, in a week, in a month, even in 3 months. You're going to get rich on our system, rich. You're going to make money in the system if you follow for 12 months. Like you're going to make 10K. That's a minimum. Some people make 50, 100K after 18, 24 months. But if your mindset is, what did we do today? What did we do this week? What did we do last month? It removes the focus on the process and focuses on the outcome, which then can lead to, if the monthly results are negative or the weekly results are negative, like John Smith here, he's coming into troll. But subconsciously, if you're talking about short-term results, then you automatically then start being a little bit attached to the short-term results. All the results are on our website if you want to go check them, but you can see here on the Twitch, man, you're watching it. The last 3 months, look at the last 3 months, 34.9 units profit. The last 12 months, 283.8 units profit. So if you multiply the 3 months by 4, which is 35, what's 35 times 4? I'll give you for free the answer, 140 units, okay? So that shows you that if you followed for the last quarter, you would have only made 35 units. That is a low quarter. That is a negative in terms of, like, it's a lower variance quarter. However, if you look at that, if you multiply that by 4, it's 140. Yet we've profited 283 in the last 12 months. So in the last 3 months, our results have been slightly worse in terms of the history, but if you just stop there, you miss the positive variance that's going to come, where the average will come back to the mean. It'll come back to the mean. The mean is 29 unit profit a month, okay? And the last 3 months have been really, really, really volatile. We've seen I'll talk about the last 4 months, October, November, December, and then January. You look at those 4 months, you add up the numbers. You've got 64.3 units profit in October. Sorry, I just need to check when this next race is because I'm getting a bit of fucking anxiety sitting here not knowing when the race is. 4:40. Yeah, right, 40 minutes again. So, okay, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, the last 4 months, including January, we've gone plus 64.3, minus 13 November, plus 58 December, and we're sitting at like minus 21 Jan. So if you average those 4 months, you're looking at an average of 22 units profit per month, which is slightly less than normal. However, you've still made 88 units profit in the last 4 months. Okay. Now the last 3 months, look at that. From the last 3 months to 4 months, you've now gone from 34 to 88. So an extra month, an extra 54 units. And then if you zoom that back out to 12 months, you're now looking at 283. And then if you zoom that out to lifelong, you're looking at 1,037 over 38 months. So the longer you follow, the more you're going to make, and the less the short term matters. Okay? If I've got a little timeline and you pretended that have you ever had to refund people for not reaching? Yeah, man, I refunded someone yesterday. There's going to be refunds for this monthly period for sure, for people who have joined. So, man, that's part of our profit guarantee. But in reality, this shouldn't affect anything. If you're doing this properly, the refund, whether you join now, tomorrow, next week, if you're following for 12 months, that refund is just a matter of, like, it actually won't matter. You're going to make your 300 units or whatever it is around about in the 12 months. So, yeah, we've refunded. We've had 5 30-day losing periods ever. This will be our 6th. And yet we're 1,037 units profit over the lifelong of the membership. Blake, so yes, sir, Joey. The inconsistent is the wrong word. I would say volatile is the wrong word. Have the last 4 to 6 months been more volatile? Yes, they have, but they're still the same average. As I said, you look at the last 4 months and you'll see our 2 best months ever in there and our 2 worst months ever in there. So if we'd had 22, 22, 22, 22 units for the last 4 months, would you still feel the same way as you do about the results? Because that's literally what's happened. How are you, Jackson? Noah, I'm not sure how you found your way back into the live. I did ban you before. But yeah, we don't need trolls in here, man. Good luck. Nah, Noah's being legit a troll. He's taking the piss. Good to see you still here, Josh. Yeah, man, that's called variance. It seems like the last 4 months have been way more up and down. They have been, man. I just said the 2 best months ever and the 2 worst months ever are literally the last 4 months. Is that right? Yeah. October, best month ever. December, second best month ever. November, worst month ever. January, worst month ever. That literally, but still 88 units profit. So it depends where you put your magnifying. It shouldn't matter. If you're doing things properly, it should not matter. Like, you need to just zoom out. And the key thing you said, for sure, I know the units will always come in. Like, that's all you need to know. That literally just know that and just keep doing it. The worst thing you can do is stop, because if you stop, you miss the positive variance that comes after the negative variance. Yeah, I'm drinking it slowly because I'm doing a stream. Cheers, Jimmy. You don't miss much. What's in it? Protein powder, berries, acai, whatever the fuck it's called, acai powder. What else? Banana or something. Yeah. Not anything special. And Weet-Bix. Bit of carbs and fibre in it. What's going on with the Discord? Will you, Swampy Bucket, will you have to refund people for this month? If, man, honestly, like, if, I don't know, I think you're a member, actually. Yeah, man, if your subscription period rolls over in the negative, man, and it's your first subscription period, you get refunded. Yeah, nah, Noah's living his life in the I brag lifestyle, when he needs to just be humble and write. If he made 29 units today, good, that's fine, but I don't think it matters telling people. I'm sure you've made a bit of money, Josh, on your unit size, but I don't see you sitting in this chat telling everyone how much money you've made. Jimmy Chucks. Brother. Personal question. What size are your pythons? I can see you don't skip arm day. I actually do. I don't train arms. I do not train arms. That's funny. What size are your pythons? Darren Eggins, another person. What's your profit and loss today? Darren, what's today? What's it today? That's funny as. He's a shoulder boulder kind of guy. No, I'm actually not anywhere near a weapon. Lenny is a weapon. Lachlan Craft, how you going, mate? I think you unsubbed from the system. How's your investing been going on with betting? Watch this. I'm gonna open up a discussion in the Discord. see how we can get a discussion going. If you're on YouTube, watch this. The chat's about to show you the difference between long-term members and short-term members and mindset. I'm not sure why that's... There we go. Been a woeful day of racing. No, sorry, Darren, sorry. I did... Fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Well, we are not obviously not tipping race 8, but fuck, that scared me. No, Darren, what we do here, man, we run a long-term investment service which uses betting and promotions to actually make money. So we, like any investment, focus on the long term. So talking about our daily profit isn't going to help anyone with their long-term mindset. So when someone comes in and says, what's your daily profit and loss? It's kind of like, we don't care. And even if we were plus 15 or 30 today, I would say the same thing. It doesn't matter. Our long-term results mean that we're going to average sort of close to 29 units a month or so on average. But it only is an average if you stick around for a good sample size of those months. And if 1 month or 2 months is not enough sample size. Everyone has not answered the question because I've said this is the 4th Saturday out of 52. How are we all feeling? Fudger, who's a long-term Platinum and System member, says good. Someone who's been here for 2 years says, what's a 4th? And someone else says he doesn't understand. The 4th Saturday seems a bit too short-term. That's elite. And then someone else has wrote, I'm confused for, what do you mean? He's looking at the wash. Feeling great, beats work. What the fuck just happened in my life? On Insta. Oh wow. That's elite. My whole Instagram live just got fucking ended and I couldn't post it. Nice, Gary! You want me to see me get emotional? That's fucking anger. How good is that? 4 hours of live deleted. Doesn't exist. Shut up, Siri. Welcome back to everyone on the Instagram. Sorry, I don't know what happened. The live ended. I'm not sure. It's annoying as because now all that fucking history is gone. All good? No, I wasn't talking about that. Excuse me. Not sure what happened, Josh. The live just literally stopped in front of me and I lost the ability to post it. By the way, if you're watching this live Are you all members or what? Because there's 25 people watching, which I'd say that's not fucking huge, but it's a lot. Consistently, it's been like 20, 25. Are you members or what? I know some people are not going to answer, but yeah. On YouTube, I'm talking about. Why is this not... Member, nice. Member, nice. Yeah, I know you are, Geordie. You've been on the live for a bit. P10. Fucking hell, P10. Oh, yeah, I see. Something wrong with this. I reckon there's something wrong with this spreadsheet. Yeah, not sure why this is adding up to that. Dylan Kleinig. Dylan, old mate. Old mate Antonios. Part of the Antonios army. Dylan, are we down bad today? Firstly, we don't speak about days, and no, we're not. And don't say anything about the long term. That's what Dylan said. It's good to see, Dylan, that you're actually thinking about the long term, even though you're being a troll. That means what we're saying is working. So keep up the good work with your long-term mindset. Elite stuff. It's always good when the haters are actually listening to the mindset, because even though they're hating, they're actually still learning off us, which is what we want. It's funny how that works. Opens, all done, time for beers and cook the bookies. Straight to the long term, and he's called me a cat. On ya, Dylan. Dylan Kleinig. Hopefully you're enjoying your Saturday too, Dylan. We're having a lot of fun I'm having a lot of fun in here. Josh has said, too much secret info, Josh. Too many secret herbs and spices there. No, all good, Darren. If you want to check our results, I'll send you a link to our results. You can check all of our results for the last 3 years. I'll put it in the chat. Here you go. Bang. We have close to 7,500 tips, I'd say, maybe 7,300 over 3 years. They're all there on the website. You won't see today's tips though, because they're not updated until I end the day and sign off the spreadsheet. Who controls the British Crown? Who keeps the metric system down? We do. Who keeps the Atlantis off the maps? Who keeps the Martians under wraps? We do. Fucking hell. Beck, yeah. Nice. Welcome back. $440 next race. All right. Anyone got any questions, or are you just watching? Josh, do you want to be in my live? Is that what you just requested, or is that a mistake? Yeah, nice. I don't. If you used Hamish, if you used that other service, you actually wouldn't have you wouldn't have done that. But yeah, it's good to. Thanks for coming into the live, Hamish. You've been in a few of our lives, but great work, man. Good to see Hamish is enjoying his Saturday as well. Nah, unfortunately, I won't be going live with you, Josh. Happy to chat on the phone. I think Tom's got a free call booked with you, or you've already had one, so definitely do that. Turn my mic on. I'm real quiet. I reckon I've been live for 5 hours, Maddie, and I don't reckon anyone's complained about my mic. But I don't know. Is it when I speak over there? Maybe. What's the? Can people hear me or what? I'm not on Instagram, on YouTube. My mic's here for Instagram. Yeah, okay. Sorry. What about now? Has that changed recently, or it's always been like that? Yeah, interesting. Let me turn it on. I'm not on Instagram, on YouTube. My mic's here for Instagram. Yeah, okay. Is it because I'm talking over there? What about now? Yeah, okay. It must have been fucking. Has it changed recently, or it's always been like that? Okay, I'll just turn it back down. Yeah, sorry. I'll talk closer to the mic, and I'll turn the gain up. Better? Or too loud? Nah, Josh, this mic is for. They're talking about this one for YouTube. I'm on YouTube stream as well. Should be better now. Mike's fine, I reckon. They're just having a laugh. Yeah. Nah, they're definitely when 3 or 4 people hearing it. Cheers, everyone. Taz, are you still following, or did you unsub and went overseas? Can't remember if you came back. Apart from following the system on a Saturday, what does everyone else do on their weekends? And what hobbies do people do? What do you do, Josh? Do you just bet all week, or what? What do you do Monday to Friday? Yeah, nice, Taz. Still on. Bet a solid 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, no lie. What do you make roughly? If you want to, I mean, don't have to put it on the on the Insta, but to be honest, there's 2 people watching on Instagram, so I don't think anyone's going to link your name to that. Are you sort of turning over closer towards 100K a year profit, 50, 200? Three months off, Taz. Grinding overseas, grinding on the weekends when you can. Nice. Not grinding overseas, when overseas, sorry. Work as a nurse, training for a triathlon, play hoops hopefully as well as this. Nice. What distance triathlon, Geordie? I used to do triathlons. $120 units. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. So, so you're a flat out. Yeah, right. Has Tom spoken to you yet? You should be joining the mentorship program, man. Flat out, like join the mentorship program. Not for us, our benefit, for yours. Like, if you're making that much, it sounds dumb, but like, you know how you asked me before, would I buy another match betting course for $1,000? Of course I would. I'd buy them all, and I have bought them all. But like, take what you're doing, multiply it with other people, and fucking leverage everything. But that's just the way I look at things. Yeah, I disagree with this, because this is kind of like the limiting beliefs factor. It's like you think you know everything when you don't. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like, we don't know everything, we never will. You'll always learn something new. And the best part about it is you'll leverage every other piece of information. All it takes is one single bit. Like, for example, there's a kid in our community who's making 80 to 100K this year off non-promotional stuff. With a specific sport, and like, that's stuff that you wouldn't expect to hear. You wouldn't expect to hear that, and that's just like shit that can be learnt. Not that specifically, but yeah. Like, you can never know everything, and there's always stuff where you can grow and improve that. And that's where something like sometimes holding yourself back, it's like, well, I have no doubt that you're quite a weapon in the sense of like what you're doing currently, but I guarantee you there's always still room to learn. Both tips sent out. How's my day been? My day's been good, Gav. I've been live all day on YouTube and Insta. Yeah, comfy spots, Josh. Comfort's the enemy of progress. It's actually perfection's the enemy of progress. But comfort is a drug. I'm not saying your comfort is the same as someone who's sitting on their ass doing nothing, but you get what I'm saying. Sorry, Jody, I haven't seen your messages yet. Next one is 750, 20K, 10K run. Nice. So that's kinda... that's a weird distance. Why is the run so much bigger than the bike? Normally triathlons are like 500, 20, 10. Actually, no, that's right. Sorry, ignore that. I've had a mare there. Ignore that. That's a classic sprint distance try. So apparently the Instagram live automatically cuts out at 4 hours. That's why. Makes sense. I don't even know where. Yeah, nah. Both did not place. That's a boil over. What was the odds of that? Leisure was $5, $4, $2.60, $2.60, $4. Nice. Just made 240 on an underlay. Fuck the fucking bookies. That's elite. What's this? What? Someone has written a message in our free chat in the USA. He said, "You stupid ass scammer. You scam people trying to work money while I work a skilled trade in a 32,000 square foot house. Only have 3 years left to pay off mortgage." I mean, that is weird. But I guess that's what happens when people... Wowee, that is weird. Pommy Tom. Hey, Pommy, daily results don't matter here, man. The moment you focus away from the daily results. Legit. Josh, that tells you where the average punter's mindset is. It's on the short term. Why is this where's this link I'm trying to find? Here we go. Are you a follower, Pommy? Like, are you a member? I'm not sure what you mean by a hard day. What does that mean? What's a hard day? Have you watched any of the recent videos or the content we've been sort of pumping out through the community, or are you a non-member? Just curious. What do you mean? What does a hard day mean? What does that mean? What do you actually mean by that? Hard day. Love to know what that means. Oh fuck! I accidentally clicked something. Damn it! old mate Mason is being a troll in the chat, so decided to give him a little kick for the time being. He's done it before, unfortunately. He's not curious. He's actually trying to take the piss. So we don't need that in a community. Sorry if I've missed any questions on YouTube. Yeah, we do have a results bot thing, but we will be changing that bot thing to literally say, what is a day? And here are the results for 3, 6, 12 months. But we haven't done it yet. We just need to be consistent with our messaging, because it's not a oh, we're trying to hide or whatever, because whether you're plus 30 or minus 2 or minus 1 in a month or in a day or in a week, the more you don't talk about it, you just focus the process on following the tips, inputting the spreadsheet amount, following that, you then delete any sort of expectation around the short term. Yeah, cool. Human instinct is to be like, oh, what are we up for today? What are we looking at this week? It's like, just fucking allow 12 months for your sake. So anytime that there's an opportunity to talk about the day, the week, the month, that immediately causes people to focus on the day, the week, the month. If we say +2, we've done this for 3 years, right? We put our results after every day, right? Then we've stopped doing that now because we've had an internal meeting to say, let's focus on at least 3 months minimum, because we know that even 3 months is too short, but at least we still have to say 3 months, because you can't be saying 6 months, because like people get pissed off. But if we talk about days, weeks, months, it just brings and breeds the wrong mindset. And that's why you won't see any stories about, oh, what a fucking great day it was today. Like we've done that in the past, but it just removes the long-term focus and brings the short-term focus to the fore. And we don't want that. So it's not, oh, we're not posting about it because we're having a negative variance period. It's because we will do the same thing when we have a massively profitable week, month, day. We're not going to post either. We'll post the results every Monday, but it'll always start with 3 months at the minimum time frame, and that's why. And after the change happens, it'll be quite weird, because people will be like, oh, those people are just like not showing their results. But like, no, that's not the case. It's going to seem like that in the short term, but we're not posting about days, weeks, months ever again. You'll never see it. And that's what people need to get, because the more you delete it from your brain, and that's going to change from our content to our education to our member videos. They're going to have to be refilmed. Everything is going to be refilmed so that everything focuses on the long term. That's the only way to guarantee the highest chance of success. Valid. Cheers, Will. If the short term doesn't matter and you're still averaging 20th a month thing, would you advise someone following at double units increase volatility? Technically wouldn't matter. No, you can't do that, Josh, because we don't know. This is the thing. You don't know when you're going to have negative variance and when you're going to have positive variance. So to start guessing, yes, with an unlimited amount of bankroll, in theory, you could do that. But in reality, that's where guesswork comes in, and that's where most investors who lose long term, when guesswork starts to roll in, that's when losing starts to happen. So no, that's definitely not in any world practical or what's the word I'm looking for? Sensible. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But no, that doesn't work. It would work for someone who is... No, it's not going to work. Because it only would work in a world where there's unlimited bankroll and unlimited promos, which doesn't exist. Well, it might, but yeah. For the 99.99% of people, it doesn't exist. Next race, Moonee Valley. Race 7. Nah, Tom's at home, but I think he switched off for the day, so I don't think he's going to be calling you at 5 p.m. on a Saturday, but he will call you probably during the week, if you're keen. How does your system refund work with a negative month? You will get notified and refunded if you're eligible for a refund, but yeah. Do you do your own beard or at the barber? Fuck, Jimmy. My fiance Laura does it. She's a weapon, and she also does my beard. I usually do it. I sometimes do it, but she's done this one, so you can thank her if you like it. Swampy, I got a question for you, man. Why are you so focused on that? Like, what's the sort of yeah, actually I know who you are now. What's the focus so much on that for? Oh, right, okay. Are you curious because of you or what? Because I don't believe you're eligible for one because you've been here since December 1. So you would have got 58 units in December. Why is there no pin? So we tipped V8 and recommendation. So first and second. Wait, what? Pardon? Oh, fuck. Yeah, so I'll take this this message out of... Wait, did recommendation not place? I'm sure it placed. Unless I'm watching a different race, I'm sure that placed. Obviously, we got the winner, but I don't know what to put on the results if it hasn't placed yet. Anyway, someone wrote in the chat, I've been here 76 days and made 14 units. It's been a grind for the time investment, but at least not using and... But at least not... I think he means losing, but at least... Yeah, it came third. But at least not losing. And if the 300 units a year is a thing, there must be some good times around the corner. Like, kudos to this guy because obviously, like, he's jumped in. The results have been through a negative variance period. Although this is expected, it's very hard for some people to see that when they've just signed up to something. So I made a video recently. There's 8 reasons as to why people cancel on the system. Okay, one of the reasons is proof. Okay, it's all good and well to have all the results on the website, but until you actually see it for yourself, it is very difficult to believe that it works, especially when you see a week or a day or a month where it goes negative, right? And although this is expected, we know this is going to happen, right? If you're jumping in at that time and the way the cookie crumbles is your first period on the system is negative by 10 units or 15 or 20 even, at the extreme end of variance, the worst thing you can do then is jump off because you've been through the shit. So right now, this guy's been on for 76 days and made 14 units. Now, if he's been on for 76 days, that's what, just shy of 3 months. He probably should have more profit than that. In fact... But it's probably around that. Like, he probably missed a bit of October because he was setting up his account, so he would have missed a bit of positive variance in October, which was our best month ever. But for him to sit there, or her, like, that's elite because now that person is going to stick around for another 3 months and they're going to get rewarded with the positive variance. And then they're going to look back on that 6-month period and they're going to be like, well, fuck. I'm actually now stronger in the brain than I would have been if we went plus 50 or plus 60 in my first month. Because if you, I guess you could debate that and be like, well, hang on, if you sign up and you see it going crazy and you make 60 units in your first month, then of course you're going to believe it more. But in the long run, if you, sorry, my Instagram cooked it. In the long run, if you're seeing negative 20 and then you see plus 150 in the next 10 months or 6 months, then it's going to be like, well, fuck, I'm plus 130 and I saw negative 20 in my first month. And it's like, as long as you don't go negative 100, which will never happen on our system mathematically, you can't lose. So the only loss that happens is when you jump off and decide to stop yourself, or when you don't stop, or when you don't follow correctly. So it's very simple, but for people not seeing it straight away, the proof aspect is a big hurdle that they need to overcome. So Steve's written, great attitude. It's hard to stay patient. Only the strong can do it. You've seen the system explode and you will again. Your bankroll is set aside for a reason. It's an investment. It takes time to grow over time. There will be dips. There will be periods where not much happens. There will be explosions. In the end, it grows, and rapidly in the grand scheme of things. Keep showing up. Keep staying patient. Legit spot on. Like, just show up. Show up for 12 months. Thank yourself at the end of 12 months. Like, literally, just like do that. Just commit yourself to 12 months. Swampy Bucket, you are curious because you joined in December, but obviously couldn't follow straight away. Yeah, man, sorry. If you've joined in December, I don't know what subscription you're on, but man, December was our second best month ever. So And you've joined Platinum, so I'm not really sure what your concern is regarding that. Yeah, cool, your profits might be not streaming in straight away. You're on a weekly. Okay, that makes more sense. If you join on a weekly, man, I hate to say it, but there's actually no refund guarantee. But even so, if you join in December, you're plus 30... Well, the results since you've joined are plus 38 units, I think. Something like that, 36 units. So in the 2 months, 58 units December, negative 20, whatever it is, November, January. So, yeah, plus 36. Should be significantly in profit. But even so, it's not about the 2 months, it's about the 12 months. So stick around for 12 months and you'll smash it. Simple. Some of our group chat is going a bit rogue. Fucking hell. You'd hate to have this stuff seen by the public. Do you not know what the... Steve, are you watching at all? Do you not know what the purge is, Steve? Fuck me. Jaden Redfern. How are you, Jaden? You made our latest podcast, mate. I think he's gone now. this so like wrong? What? G'day, Jed. Who's watching on Insta? I might turn it off because, to be honest, we ain't getting much buy-in on Insta. We've got 2 viewers. The YouTube's going well. What are you guys doing? Are you just sitting here watching? Like, I'm not actually doing anything. You find it interesting, or are you just tuning in because it's on in the background? Like, what do you want to talk about? Any topics? Got any questions? Randwick in 2 minutes. Randwick in 2 minutes. Randwick race 9. Hashtag. I was just trying to see if I was eligible for a refund. Use that to pay for the monthly or fortnightly instead. No, you're not eligible for a refund, unfortunately, if you join on a weekly. And it's only your first subscription period ever. Your first subscription period was plus 58 units on a month. So definitely not eligible for that. Race 9, 2 units. It's out, Lee. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Both tips have been sent out. James, nah, man, doesn't use that. Definitely not. And if you actually tracked our tips against that, you'd realize they're completely different. Listening as accounts not set up to follow the system. Wait, what? Sorry, a lot of messages. Listening while I'm betting so I can learn from everyone else's questions. Nice, Shrek. Good work. I like that. It's on the background. I followed but couldn't non-promo yesterday, so doubling up the nons today. Also, sometimes you guys drop gems. Nice, Geordie. Jimmy, not sure if the right place, and let me know if I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I feel like this is good for this group. I am YouTube Premium member, cost about $20 per month. What are you asking though, Jimmy? Listening back as account's not set up. Nice. Have you learnt anything from watching today, Beck? Or not? Hopefully you have learned something. So we've tipped 9. 1 unit on High Blue Sea and 1 unit on is it Amore Victorious? Yeah, Amore Victorious. That's how you spell it. At $5. High Blue Sea is $2.60. Oh, fuck. I haven't really watched many of the races today. Properly, anyway. So we're on the leader at $5, and then nice. Where did the other one finish? The chat will go off here. This is good. The odds. Let's see what odds they get. Listen for the chat. Okay, High Blue Sea didn't place. Nice. Sorry, not 5. It definitely wasn't 5. It was 440. 440, 420, 440, 440, 420, 440, 420. Give me some more data so I can work with. All right, I'm going to turn off the live on Instagram and keep the live on YouTube. So if you want to keep watching, go over to YouTube. Um, what are we tracking that out? 440. Someone got 5. Fucking hell, where did he get that? Any comments on YouTube? Okay, tip. Why are you telling him to get YouTube Premium, Jimmy? Is that to like take ads off or something, or what? Looking long term to see the results might not what people want to see at the moment, but trusting the process. Yeah, nice. Being involved for 1 month, trying to follow the rules, set everything up correctly, so I'm set up from the start. Are you a platinum member, Beck? I'm pretty sure you are. I'm gonna call Quantum Lifting. In fact, I'm gonna call Troy Butzel, because he's got a couple of questions, so you guys can listen in. He's got a couple of questions about some bonus things that he's having trouble with. So if you guys remember, there was a podcast, yeah, nice Beck. There was a podcast with a guy called Quantum Lifting. He's a power lifter. He's one of my good mates. I'll put the podcast in the description. He's not a gambler, never has been. His podcast is really good. I would encourage everyone to watch it. He's a very strong. He's helped run a gym for the last 10 years, or not 10, maybe 7. Watch that podcast, but I'm going to call him now. He's got some problems with his Betfair today, so you guys can listen in on the call. I don't think he really cares about being heard. Wait till my FaceTime audio works because I don't have a phone that has a SIM card in it here. Yo. Yo.
What are you doing?
You're on the live.
I'm on the live.
Yeah, you want to ask your questions or you want to not do it on the live?
Yeah, I'll do it on the live. I don't give a shit.
Alright, what's your question?
I didn't really have a question. It was more of venting.
Venting, what's your venting?
Venting. So I was frustrated before.
At what?
I just felt like, and these are two. I already know all the answers to it. It's just I'm looking too short mindset, too short-term mindset, because we had a really down November, and then I missed all the positive variants in December, and then we've had a bit of a down patch now, and I'm just looking too like short-term. So I got a long-term. I'm here for 6 to 12 months. I already know all the answers. I was just ringing a vent.
So what do you want me to do?
What do I?
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. I was ringing to tell you.
I think you sorted it out, yeah, already.
I did sort it out already.
Nice.
I
Interesting.
was ringing to just talk to you as a mate.
Yeah, nice. No, it's well, yeah, it affects your mindset, man. Like if you miss like December, some of it, you would have missed some variants. Like that's just how it works. But if you stick for 12 months, you'll get positive variants.
I haven't passed my profit. I hit peak profit of mine was in November.
Yeah.
And then we had the shit back end of November, and then I got back up there end of December, and then since then it's been like down 15 units. It's just hovered there. So I felt for like 2 months I haven't made any profits. I'm putting all the work in, but not making profit. But I know there's only way. I didn't know the answers. It's just me being like
No, it's
having
good.
a tantrum at the moment.
It's good.
The answer is keep following the process, turn over the bonus bets, sustain your accounts, keep showing up.
That's it.
So,
Did you stop deadlifting when you missed a couple of deadlifts?
what was that?
Did you stop deadlifting when you missed a couple of deadlifts?
It's more, I think, just mindset. Like, I felt like I could handle, like, one down day, and then you have a few in a row, or a few, like, nothing days. Like, yesterday was a nothing day, sort of no loss, no gain.
Yep.
Wednesday, and it's just, like, mindset around that, I reckon. It's like,
Yeah.
and even being someone who's not a gambler, like, the mindset around that, because even I felt it's been tough, like, when you have a few of those in a row.
Someone on the live said, "I feel you, Troy. Bloody frustrating. Just keep rocking up."
Yeah, like I know what the answer is, and I know that who knows the next 4 Saturdays, probably 2 of them will be big days, and it'll be all good and well. And I know that like I've told myself I'm rocking up until we're going to Europe in June. I'm going to keep rocking up and doing it. So
That's it.
just maybe honestly, it was probably my expectations were that yesterday or today we would have better tipping days.
Yeah, it's a hard one because when you go through like negative variance, you actually expect a big day coming, but like you got to delete that too because you don't know when it's going to come. It will come, but you don't know when. So like someone before goes, "Oh, should you just double your unit size when you think that the variance is going to come back?" You don't know when it's going to be. So if you do that,
And I went up a unit size 2 weeks ago, which I was due for anyway. And then I was in my head, I was like, going up a unit size. The positive variance is coming. It's gonna be mad. It's gonna be sick. So it's probably my expectations around that as well.
Expectations are
so
dangerous, yeah. But no, keep going.
But that's why I was ringing. I was ringing to vent.
Someone wrote, "Everyone's in the same boat. I think I'm in the red at the moment, but it's hard to show up. But just got to keep it up." Jay, what my question to you is, you might think you're in the red. Now, if you're in the red, you've obviously joined in the last month or month and a half. But I guarantee you won't be in the red more than 20-ish units, and that's at the worst possible time. So you're going to have 100 units in your bank, so you've still got 80. If you have 80 and you stop now, you're minus 20. And you stop, you won't get the 130. Watch the video I did last week. It's eight reasons as to why people cancel. Jay, it kind of touches on this, but your 100 units will never go to zero. The only time you can go to, well, you're never going to go to zero, but the only time you can cash out the loss is if you choose to right now. But if you keep following, in 6 months' time, you'll have 200 units. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I keep, like, say that you follow for 12 months, you have 300 units.
Yeah, you'll have more than that because of other things that you're doing as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll keep showing up. And I know today was like, I look at today as well as like the edge day. Like, this is what the edge, like we've come second and third multiple heaps of times, getting that bonus bet to turn them over. Like, that's where the edge is over the market.
Yeah, 100%. Literally, someone just said if you were a gambler, you would be even more. If you were a gambler, you're even less in the red. Yeah, if you were gambling today, you would be 100% like fucking way more down. So.
Yeah, that's why I just follow the rules. I just follow exactly what you guys say, the tips, and I know it turns. But nice. I was just, anyway, it was ringing to fucking.
All good.
To vent. Anyway, we got one more race, and then.
We got 48 more Saturdays.
8 more.
48 more this year.
Oh, I got 48 more Saturdays. I'll miss a month of them in Europe. That's right.
No one more race. There's no start, no end.
Oh, there's no start, no end. The graph is just one continuous line.
It is.
It is one worm.
That's it.
Ends upwards.
All right, I'll let you go.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
Catch you later. Bye. Thanks for sharing.
Ciao.
Bye. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I guess a lot of people will be feeling that frustration right now. And it's all good and well to say, don't worry about it, don't care, just keep showing up. But like, we're not saying you're not going to feel frustrated. You can feel frustrated, but what you need to understand is your frustration won't actually make you more money. Your frustration won't help you get better. It won't help you, you just need, the only thing that's going to make you money in the long term is showing up. And the longer you show up, the more you make. How you feel along the way is really, really good. Like if you can analyze that you're getting angry, frustrated, you're tempted to gamble, identify that and then identify why that's the case. Ask yourself, why are you feeling that way? Ask yourself, what am I here for? Ask yourself, how much have I made since I've been here? Now, if you've been here for a month, you would have lost some money for sure. But if you've been here for 6 months and you're struggling with a period like this, then go look at your spreadsheet if you've tracked your results. And I guarantee you have 5 or 10K profits sitting on that spreadsheet. And it's like, where's your loss? Your loss is nowhere. It's just the period now, like Troy, he was sitting at, he's only made like 1,800 profit or something in the first sort of 3 months. And that's stalled for the last 2 months. But that's where, because he missed some December variance, he's copped the November variance and then the Jan variance. But even if he looks at his spreadsheet, he's still plus 1,800 or whatever it is. But he's struggling with the fact that the last 2 months, that profit figure hasn't increased. That's just how it works. But in 6 months, 12 months, that profit figure will triple and quadruple. And then it'll be like, well, that's just part of the process. You just need to keep following. That's it. And if you don't, well, you're cashing out your loss. All right, we have 2 more races before this investment period ends. And I'll turn off the live, but Moonee Valley in 3 minutes. All right, quick toilet break. Tips have been sent out. I'd say we missed a place on Zoo Sensation. Yeah, unfortunate that the horse that came, well, we got the winner, 1.5 units at 220. What did everyone get? Yeah, 220, 230, 215, 210, 220. Yeah, track that at around about 220. 220. That horse in third has full on stopped and missed a place, which is annoying, but that's all right. We got the winner. 215. That's fucked. It's fully stopped. It was second. I'll change that to 215 just because a couple of people have got slightly less. There we go. Minus the 0.8 of a unit, no 0.08 of a unit. Changing it to $2.15. Get off the phone of positive variance. Just keep showing up. Nice. Much planned for the evening? Nah, man, not much, to be honest. Going home to Laura, fiance. Hopefully get some dinner. I'm pretty tired, to be honest. I need to yeah, good work, Swampy. Same boat as your mate Troy joined. Troy actually earned in. Troy joined in either July or September, so he actually joined around the grand final day, so around the worst period ever in terms of the worst weekend. That movie, if you haven't watched it, and then he sort of ate up the positive variance of October, and then got November, and then missed a little bit of December because he was away, which means he missed some positive variance, and then obviously just a bit of frustration. But the key thing there is he's feeling frustrated, but he's not changing his process. He's still following, and he's still doing everything exactly as he should, because he knows if he keeps showing up, he's going to make money, and he's going to make a lot of money, not just a bit of money. Cool. Where did that file go that I was looking for before? Log raw office content. No, that's not right. Office content. What about you, Geordie? What do you got planned for tonight? Sorry, I should have asked that before, but I'm that cooked that my brain ain't focusing on what I'm reading. What? Not sure what you're saying, Argon. Yeah, nice. Aerobic run for an hour. What sort of Ks are you running that at? How many Ks in an hour? 12? 10? I'd say like between that, 10 and... Well, actually, if you're doing tries, you probably run that in like 4:30s. So you'd be doing like maybe like 13 Ks, maybe? Depends how good you are. Bro, what is going on here? Extracted? What do you mean extracted? Fuck's sake. Oh, man. Fucking Adobe. Wait, what? Brother. What the fuck is going on with this project? Those of you wondering, 5 minutes per K, so 11 and 12. Nice. It's pretty decent for an hour. What heart rate are you sitting at for that whole run, Geordie? Like 130 average? Or a bit more? Brother, power from Port, man. You are literally a troll that comments at least once or twice a month, and everything you write is trolling on our YouTube. So I just honestly move on. Is taking the monthly results out now a bit extreme? No. I explained it before. Someone else can explain it if they're watching, because I can't be fucked explaining it again to trolls. Sorry. But not sorry. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, well, you're not a member, so you're only doing it to troll, so I can't be fucked explaining it to you. But for the members out there watching, maybe you can explain it to Boss Man why we take out that now and why we're focusing so much on the longer term. Sorry, I've been live for 5 hours, so I've kind of lost my ability to explain that 100 times. Yeah, nice. 126 to 130. That's a pretty low heart rate for that speed. Well done. This is a green race, so we can only outlay one tip on this race. Power from Port has called me piss hands because in the Merton podcast, I said I'd pick up $50 that was in a urinal. Brother, again, it's good to see that you're watching our content, but man, like, just weigh up the transaction of you interacting in this live on what you're getting out of it and whether that's going to benefit your life or not, positively or negatively. Like, man, come on. 2 years on the trot, everything is just compounding. Yeah, sick work, man. How quickly could you run like a 4K or a 2K? Do you do like sub 4 minutes for those shorter distances? I was never able to maintain like super long distances at high speeds, but I was really good at when I was fit, like super fit. I used to do like 1K repeats easily under 3:15 with like a minimal rest. But that kind of speed over an hour, no chance for me. Who are you tipping at Randwick? Not sure, man. It was tipped to the members. How do you guys choose who to have on podcast? Whoever wants to be on our podcast, if you want to be on our podcast, just message us. We'll get you on our podcast. I tipped the winner there, Power from Port. And the subs should love that one. Not sure how that's won, to be honest, because that was flat out at the 150. That is held on nicely. Good work. About time, how many losing days in a row before today? Power from Port, you're either a gambler who loses or doesn't understand long term. One of the two. Maybe both. But brother, like, if you're here to troll, you're in the wrong spot. Move on. Unfortunately, the results are actually on the screen on YouTube. You can see them right there in front of you. Last 3 months, 40 units. Last 12 months, 289 units. Last lifelong, 1,042 units. That's all you need to look at. If you're worrying about anything less, then shift the mindset ASAP. That's as simple as it gets. Let's publish these results so that we can get it. I win on the punt, no promos needed. I'm happy for you, man. I'm literally happy for you. And if that's true, you're one of the top 1%, maybe top 0.5% in in the world that profit off betting. So you're elite. Good work. All right, let's publish these results so that everyone can see them. Okay, new result. Today's the 27th of the... Actually, I need to check the odds because I tracked that at 370 subconsciously, but I haven't actually checked the chat. 370, 360, 370, 380, 380, 360, 370, 360. Yeah, 370 is fine. It's the average. Also, one thing to everyone getting worried or angry, go into your results tab on your spreadsheet. On the right, there is a graph. Tell me, does your graph have higher lows and higher highs? If so, nothing to worry about. Do you mean lower lows? Yeah, okay, technically. Yeah, okay. I get what he's saying. Good work, trade against the machine. I'm happy for you. All right, have you got any questions for me? If you have any questions, fire them away. I'm just going to update the results on the website. 27th of the 1st, 24. Cooked it. Only negative 20 for the year 2024. Once again, man, I don't really understand what you're trying to achieve. Like literally, you either don't get it or you're a troll. And I hope you're just a troll, because if you don't get it, then you need to learn it ASAP. The long term isn't a month. It's not a week. It's not a day. It's 6 months, 12 months. So I don't really understand what you're actually talking about. But I'm happy for you to keep commenting because you're helping the YouTube algorithm. 27th of the 1st. 24. How do you choose the tips? Good question. Unfortunately, you're not able to answer that on live. We have a number of factors and variables and rules that go into selecting the tips. Steve's made the data over a number of years, and we all follow those rules. So there's a number of different variables that go into it, but consistently across the board, it doesn't matter who tips. The results will always be the same at the end of a long period of time. Yeah, I know. It's just, I comment back to every comment, always have, always will. And I'll never ignore comments unless they're like flat out just like stupid to read out. But I love changing people's mindsets, even trolls. Yeah, I mean, we know that he has nothing else to do, but that's why I asked him at the start. I'm like, why are you asking that question? What are you actually doing with the transaction? I like challenging people. Do you want to? All right, those results should be on the website. No, they won't be. Fuck. Because I cooked the bloody. Share this with send. You have been scammed. Who's been scammed, man? Me? I'm definitely not being scammed. Scammed. Imagine telling someone who's making money that they've been scammed. Fuck me. I'd hate to see what a scammer actually does to people if making money is scamming them. Upload to website. Yep. Fuck. I don't think it's working. Cheers for the installment. I'll be here for the next one. What are your thoughts on booking a paid call, maybe to fast track my process? Big goals. Process isn't the right word. Scaffolding skills. Yeah, Geordie, just, I don't know who you are exactly. So it's a little bit confusing because I usually know who I'm talking to when I'm talking to subs or members on the YouTube. I just know your name is Geordie. Now, you don't have to say your name on here because it's obviously public. Then send me a message on your Telegram account, and we'll decide what the best port of call is. If they were part of the big group that joined start of the year, they aren't making money. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. They haven't made money yet. Spot on. But what I'll get you to do, man, I think you're struggling a little bit with the concept. I'll get you to watch this video that Tom made last week. It's actually really good to challenge you to think about the long term, because I think you're struggling with actually getting it. So watch the video below. And if you want, book a free call as well. I'm more than happy to help you out with your mindset, because it looks like you are struggling a little bit to sort of accept the long term. So if you want to book a free call, I'll put the link below to that as well. More than happy to have a chat to you. If you've already had one though, unfortunately you can only get one free call because otherwise people take the piss. But yeah, there's the link to the free call. Have a book in. I'll be available next Thursday or Friday. Happy to have a chat with you. But yeah, anyone, the comment around people joining at the start not making money, yeah, I guess that's still short-term mindset lens, and the moment you change that is going to be really crucial for your own growth. Where's this fucking results thing? It's not working. Control C. Oh. Haven't had any food. I'm pretty hungry. You've already had one. We don't really do the paid calls publicly, like talking about them. We kind of only do them manually. So send me a message on my personal Telegram @thehustlersquad, and we can have a discussion on whether you're eligible for a paid call. We don't really hand them out just willy-nilly, kind of only to serious members. Definitely not a non-member. So I guess you can't get a free call. You've already had one. But more than happy to keep watching our content, which I know you do. Dismiss. Why is this not working? I hate technology when it doesn't work. Like, fully hate it. Control C. This thing out of the way, it's pissed me off. There we go, done. Alright, now let's go and put it back onto the website. It'll work now. Add new result. 27th of the 1st, 24. Okay. 4.22. Fuck you, he's not working again. If you're watching, Geordie, I know you just sent me a DM. I'll get back to you when I can. Just finishing off this schmozzle that's happening here with the results. All right. Anyone else got any questions? Hey, JP, how's it going, man? What's the number of extra units you received being platinum and turning over at 80%? Was it 35 instead of 30, or am I remembering wrong? Cheers. Great question, Finn. Sorry, not laughing at you. I'm laughing at old mate Belia. The average unit size, if you look at our results, you can see all of them on the website. But I'll tell you, on average, it's about 8 units more per month. So a little bit more, 8.5-ish. So on average, it's around about 103 per year more. So on a $30 unit size average for a year, you're going to get an extra 100 units. There's $3K. If it's $50 units, extra $5K. So hopefully that answers your question. Over a year. All right. Going to send the results into the chat and sign everybody off. Replied to your YouTube comment on Lenny's video, but you deleted it. Can you give a proper response, because you're trying to claim that betting in someone else's name is legal, which is not? Oscar, man, we did reply to your YouTube comment, I think, and I'll actually read it out to everyone because it hasn't been deleted. It actually says here, I'll copy and paste it for you, to be honest, so everyone else can see it. In fact, we don't need to post it in here. I'll read it out to you though. We said, hey Oscar, there are a few things we wish to address. 1, the price tag of 10K, that's incorrect. 2, teaching people how to commit identity fraud. We have never done that, never will. 3, members of the mentorship program have not and do not commit identity fraud. 4, we would like to think that we are not donuts. He called us donuts. 5, we do have well-educated third parties informing us and assisting with the direction of the company. And I also want to just tell you, man, please be mindful that if you're going to sort of put accusations out there and make it against our company, without proof that does not exist on your end, you actually may yourself be committing a crime. So just be careful with what you're writing. No, it's because I made a typo on one of them and posted it 3 times. That's why. But hopefully that makes sense. The one you can see publicly is the one that's correct. And anyone else can see that as well. What I'd suggest you do is to not waste your time trying to troll us. Do something else with your life. Finn, at 65%, the system is averaging, let me check. 28.3 units. So slightly lower than 29. That's over 38 months. No, your response didn't get deleted, man. I promise you, your response is there. Everyone can see it. I don't know what you're talking about. Literally, it's slander at the point without having evidence. Spot on. I'm going to probably block you from the YouTube. There's no upside in us keeping you on our YouTube, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt if you want, but we don't really want people like you on our YouTube if you're just going to troll and try and defame us for no reason without any proof. Sorry to anyone watching who's actually trying to get something out of this live. Trolls sometimes ruin the vibe, but I apologize. Is it slander when they're publicly saying that to teach you with... We're actually not saying that, man. I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest. But we're here to make people money, change their mindset around betting, and some people want to do that really, really to a high level, and that's what we're able to provide to the super serious people of the community. So what I'd suggest you do... that's... Unfortunately, we have never taught it in our community. People do it for sure. People do definitely scale, but we haven't taught it. But yeah, hopefully everything's going well in your life and you're achieving your goals as well. Unfortunately, I just blocked old mate who's been a pain in the neck. Yeah, sweet. Been around a bit. Been in touch in the Telegram, talking to the boss man on Monday to get Saturdays off so I can join back. Being annoyed, watching from the sidelines. To be honest, man, Finn, I wouldn't stress too much. I think you did miss a heavy chunk of positive variance, but don't worry, man. Like, if you're working Saturdays and you need to get back involved, you want to get back involved, at least you're someone who's out there who knows it works. And the fact that you know it works, which I know you do, is really cool. People actually are not like you and they don't know it works, and therefore they miss the opportunity, but at least you're in a position where you're trying to make it happen. I'll give you context. Max, who's one of our coaches now, has made 80K. When he started, he got a loan from his girlfriend and his brother to buy the Platinum Squad on the Boxing Day sale of 2022. So a year and a month ago, he had no money. He was a system member. He'd been following for 3 months. He actually got a free month on one of our lives when he turned 18. He followed for 3 months. He joined Platinum. He got a loan from his sister and his brother to buy Platinum. Next year, he made 50K, and now he had a little bit of a hiatus from his match betting. He's been working with us as a coach. He's only made an extra 30K, so he's up to 80K. But the difference between him and someone else who sits around with 10 grand in their savings, I'm not saying you, or 20 grand in their savings, refuses to invest, versus someone who goes out and gets a loan to buy more education to upskill himself, the difference now is 80K profit. And that's all from a $1,000 investment. And in fact, it was an 897 investment because it was on the sale date. So he spent $900 to make 80K. And obviously that's part of the system too. But that's the difference between someone who wants to make shit happen and someone who hopes things happen and doesn't join. So if you can take some inspiration out of that and you're sitting there, that's the type of activity where it's like, well, upside, downside. What do I have to lose investing in this? The answer is nothing. The answer technically is 897 or 1,097 or whatever it is. But you're not actually losing it because you're investing in it. So there's really no world where the upside... What's the upside of not joining? I don't really see one. And that's the difference between how I view things and how people out there who want to achieve things really high level view things, and hopefully some of you listening to that may challenge yourself to then move on. Let's see if these results uploaded. Yeah, nice. They did. Okay, I'm going to upload the channel. Yeah, nice, Finn. Be careful with the jumping back on $50 units without platinum. I assume platinum fits in there somewhere. We do have that maximum unit size rule of 25, sorry, if you're not a platinum member. And to be honest, that should be lower now. It's actually outdated. It should be 20. But yeah, man, that's really cool to hear. The fact that you want to work up to bigger units and work with Lenny, that's fucking sick. We'll definitely keep you in the loop then with that. All right, let's write these results because I'm fucking procrastinating here. All right, we do have the thing on the website which helps. 40.1. I'm pretty sure these are as follows. Yeah, nice. What I'll say is, to what you've just said, you'll be hoping to be back with Plat. I hate the word hope. Just do it. Like, don't hope. Just do it. Hope shouldn't be a word in anyone's vocab. I'm not having a go at you. Actually, anyone watching, do you believe in luck? Let me know if anyone has an answer to this. I'm keen to hear what everyone thinks. Do you believe luck exists? I'm not going to say my answer until someone else comments. At least 3 people need to comment for me to answer. I want to hear what people think. Do you believe in luck? Yeah, don't stress. I'm not. I know you get it, Finn. I'm also asking everyone else. But yeah. Jimmy Jarks, 100% luck exists. Jimmy, tell me how it exists and I'll debunk it. I'm happy to debate this all night long. I love this shit. Tell me how it exists. No. All good, Finn. Jimmy, tell me how, hopping, no shit. Sorry, Finn. That's a mare. All good. That makes more sense. I'm hoping to jump onto platinum. Don't hope to jump onto platinum, just jump on. But hopping makes more sense. Okay, cool. You did write hoping, so all good. Create and manifest your own luck. Great mindset. One day I went into Kensington and they forgot to charge me. That's good luck. I'm not sure what that is, but I would argue that's not luck because if you didn't go there, you wouldn't have got in for free. So you actually created your own luck. You actually caused the outcome to happen. Every single outcome happens because of something you did. So you going there for free was not luck. You did there and you went there for free, and it's a thing. If it's legit money, I can't comprehend if you don't follow the system. Was having this discussion with my mate who underage gambled, and he confided with me how much. Let's just say it's a house deposit gambled away at 17. Fuck me. That is fucked. Yeah, I mean, that's the reality, unfortunately. There are so many people that are underage betting. It's actually crazy. We just had to kick someone out of our system just before who's betting at 16. Like 16 years old. Like he's actually profiting. He knows what he's doing, but he's betting at 16. Now, if someone's betting at 16 in a profitable way, I would actually argue that it's actually good for their mindset, believe it or not, because they're actually fast-tracking their mindset and their discipline and their structure. But if someone's gambling to a point where they have no edge, they don't know what they're doing at 16, yeah, slippery slope. All right, so last 3 months, 40.1 units. Last 12 months is apparently 293.2. I just want to tick that off properly so it's correct. 289 apparently. Why is that different? Yeah, okay. 289 units. And then the last 6 months is 27th till the 28th of July, I think. 133, does that sound right? Yep, it does. 133.3. That checks out. I'm just going to do a voice message to the tipping channel, so you guys can watch it if you want. What's people? You took the action but doesn't change the luck. Jimmy, what part of it is luck? Wow, 100k. Imagine losing 100k at 17. That is actually sickening. Don't get rid of the bot. The good. Sorry, I have to fucking export this chat because it's pissing me off. The good to see how we went versus what is tracked. What do you mean by that, David? Because I'm going to challenge you on that. I get what you're saying, yeah, but the only reason you should, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. But you can check, no, the bot won't ever get deleted. The bot will get deleted, though, to focus on the day. If you want to check the results, they can be found on the website. But we don't want, like, I'm going to explain this in a voice message right now to the tipping channel because it does my brain in. But I was having the discussion this morning with Steve. It's a tough one. All right, let me send this voice message. Just got a cool message from a member. He said, "Hey lads, just wanting to check in and let you guys know, as a now current Platinum Squad member, as of the start of 2024, today was my first day, as I would like to call a successful Platinum members tipping day. All tips followed, all sustainability followed, and all bonus turnover rinsed at 75% minimum before the last tip. It pays to be Platinum, and I just want to thank you all and catch you guys up on my journey at month's end for the start of the year. Still one more day on Wednesday for the month, but you know what I mean. Cheers, guys. Have a cracker weekend." That's fucking sick. Good on you, mate. That's the guy who's joined Platinum after being on the system for a long time and finally upskilled. So, good work. Yeah, no, David, we'll keep the bot there. It'll have all the functions. It's just going to change the focus from days to 3 months, etc. And that'll still include that potentially in that. I bet on Chris at Alford on a trot race the other day. He was leading by about 20 meters with 50 meters to go when the arse fell out from underneath him. You can say that's not bad luck. It's not. If his race cart fell apart, well, something was wrong with the race cart. So whoever manufactured the race cart or didn't check it didn't fucking put it together properly. So that's not bad luck. Every outcome comes from a sequence of events before it. Trust me. The more you start to think like that, you'll realize there's no such thing as luck. I'll debunk anything. Give me another one. Show me the video. I know what's happened already. It's fallen apart. If I walk outside now and someone hits me with a bus, if I didn't walk outside at that time, it's not bad luck. Sorry, yeah. I could have walked out there 2 minutes earlier and I wouldn't have got hit by the bus. Every outcome comes from a sequence of events before it. Everything is a choice. Every outcome has something happen before it. All right, let me do the sign off because we're fucking procrastinating here and I need to get home. But I enjoy all you guys on the YouTube. It's been fun. Okay. Jimmy, one more. What about a child who's born sick? So, Jimmy, my dad passed away how long ago? Almost 3 years ago to motor neuron disease. He died at 56 years old. He had it for 2.5 years and he got diagnosed in 2017 or something, maybe 3.5 years he had it for. Now, my dad was a tradie, worked full-time, worked his ass off, didn't know anything else. That's all he knew how to do was work. Family, take us on holidays, travelled every year to Cyprus where he came from, and he got sick and died over 3 years. The worst disease that I can think of. Went from doing everything he could to not being able to speak, not being able to walk, having no muscle, can't do anything. And you could say that's bad luck. And maybe, but that I would say is fate. Something in this world sequence of events decided that had to happen. Now, you can say it was bad luck for him, maybe. But now our family's stronger. I managed to build Hustler Squad while he was sick, while looking after him. And now I would consider myself way stronger because of that experience. Now, is it bad luck or is it good luck that happened? Because now I'm stronger, my mum's stronger, my sisters are stronger. Maybe it's good luck. I don't know. So everything that happens comes from a sequence of events. Fate does, yeah, cool. Now my other mate's calling me. I'm still on the live, so unfortunately I can't answer it. Fate, I don't know what the definition of fate's like. Something was just gonna happen anyway. So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna do this right up. The voice message anyway. Be quick. Hey everyone, signing off the results again. A lot of discussion still around why aren't we posting the day, why aren't we posting the month. Now, I want to kind of address this and kind of nip it in the butt now so that it's not kept asking about. Now, you'll see there on the results, I'm going to refer to the last 3 months, the last 6 months, and the last 12 months to prove the point that I'm trying to make and that we're trying to make as a team here. Now, for anyone who's been here for the last 3 years, you would have noticed that as of maybe a fortnight ago, the daily results are now not being posted on our results on our Instagram, in the tipping channel or anywhere, not even the monthly. Now, we've made a conscious decision to do this because what happens when you focus on days, weeks, months is that you're subconsciously focusing on something that doesn't actually matter. Say that again. When you focus on something that doesn't actually matter in the long term, then you are more chance of making a decision in the short term that prevents you from getting the results in the long term. Okay? So if we're talking about days, weeks, months, and you're then listening to us saying it can't lose, you'll make 300 units, but we're still talking about days, weeks, month. That doesn't actually work. We're talking about two different things. We're posting about weekly results, daily results, monthly results, yet we're saying stick around for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. The more you can delete your focus on the days, weeks, months, and focus for a minimum of 3 months, absolute minimum 3 months, we're going to guarantee that you're going to be able to get through that period with a completely changed brain. After that, where you go is up to you. Now, even looking at the 3 months to the 6 months to the 12 months on the tipping channel there, we've got 40 units in 3 months. Now, if we multiply 40 by 4, right, there's 4 3-month blocks in a year. Now, obviously 40 by 4 is 160. That would be if you multiplied 40 by 4, that would be the yearly results if you look at the current results there. That only adds up to 160, yet the last 12 months are 289, and the last calendar year was 313. So clearly the last 3 months, we've had more negative variance than usual in a sense of like, if you zoom in on that 3 months. But if you then zoom out to 6 months, you've got 133. So almost, you got 27 units short of that 4 times 3 months figure. And then we've got an extra 156 units in the next 6 months. So it literally proves what we're trying to say. The longer you follow, the more you make. There is no chance in the long term that you can lose money following our system. There is no way that if you allocate 100 units to our system and if you follow it for a long period of time, that 100 units will get to zero. It's impossible, okay? The worst period ever still remains at around about -25, -26. So if you started with 100 units on day one of that -26 period, you would still have 74 units in your bank. And then eventually that 74 units will become 300 or 400 at the end of the year because you started at 100, it will get it back up to 400. That's just what happens. The variance come back the other way, and the only way it won't come back the other way for you is if you don't follow it. I strongly encourage a lot of you to watch, I'm not going to tell you go watch a 5-hour live, but there was some really good discussions on the YouTube live, which I did all day today. 6 hours worth of content. I'm sure you'll learn something from it. I don't expect everyone to listen to 6 hours of me fucking standing in the office, boring as batshit. But the reality is, the more you listen to these conversations, the more you stop thinking about the short term, the more bulletproof you're going to become as an investor. This is with everything in life. As Tom said last week, if you want to bench press 100 kilos at the gym, are you going to stop after 1 month because you haven't bench pressed it yet? No, you're not. Are you going to stop trying to lose 20 kilos after 3 days or a week or a month? No, you're not. Because 12 months is your goal, 12 months is your goal, 12 months is your goal. Give it 12 months and thank yourself at the end of 12 months. You're going to make money, you're going to make 10K minimum in your first 12 months. You're going to make more, some of you. But what you're not probably considering in that 12 months is you're going to become someone who ends up being a weapon. Your mindset's going to change completely and you're going to become really, really good at other things. Someone in the chat today on YouTube reckons he's been running for the last 2 years and everything else in his life is compounding. And I dare say that's as a result of having these structured ideas throughout his whole life. It all compounds. So if you have listened to this voice message, I know they're long, but the same people keep sending the code words to their coaching channel. If you have listened to this coaching channel, this message, send a upward trend graph into your coaching channel to show that you've listened to it. And we'll see you all again in our next investment period. Cheers. Thanks to everyone who's been watching on YouTube as well. Never really done one of these days before this long on a vlog like this. So thanks for watching. I can see the users have dropped off because you probably don't want to see me talking to the channel like that. But see you next time. And if you have any questions and you're not a member yet, jump into our DMs on Instagram, send us an email, whatever. All the links in the description. I'll chuck whatever I referred to. And we'll see you all next time. Stop losing and start.